out of the jewels. Cause if you think it's time to fucking rock.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Wednesday. Bitrate seems to be really low. Is Twitch doing all right? Are we? Can you hear me all? Are we present? The bitrate's just looking like it's flatlined. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway. Yeah, happy Wednesday, everybody. We've got lots to discuss, but not necessarily a lot to play. Or 7. Because, yeah, we'll talk about it in a sec, about the latest patch. Deacon, thank you so much for resubscribing for 6 months at tier 3. You have been subscribed for 9 months. Beers and Party and 07 Party Bus and all the jazz. Thank you so much. That is very, very generous, my friend. Let's see who's here first and foremost. Let's get through that. Sayman, JJ, Sandman, Deplorable Gamer, Deacon, Lethal, Nielsen, Everett, ARK, Saul, Exotic Viper, Rhino, Tim Stone, Crazy 88, Cyborg, Dave. I like it. All these crazy names. Just Dave. Jocko, Chris, Patrick, 07 on the YouTube side. This is full makeup. I don't really look like this. And then on Twitch, let's see who is here. Hang on a minute. In fact, first things first. Calpin, thank you for the 25-month resub. Ravel, thank you for the follow. We have Sandman, Solomon, Rickan, Big Welshmat, Rift, Deacon, Spillane, Adam, Dismal, Terenchi. Bye-bye, Trenchy. Never mind. Jones, Loki, Hybrid, Balthair, Giensuk, Alakai, Raga. Scrolling down. You're all chatting away there. Zol, Ralthan, Mooserun. Keep on scrolling. Deadlock, Lance, Ravel, welcome. Thank you so much for watching my videos and, of course, joining us here over on Twitch. Tech Zero. Where else? Ferk, Rigsy, Ehawk, City Gamer, Special Circs, Interitus. Whew, there's a lot of you now. Jamie, Shenanigans 07. And on YouTube, thank you so much, Blue Leafs, for upgrading your channel membership to a Join Me Sailor level. That is much appreciated. Let's get some Beers and Party out on there as well, actually. And a hat. There we are. Thank you so much, Blue Leafs. It is much appreciated. Kicking off the daily subs as well. So, what's been going on? William, welcome. Dynas, welcome. Blue Leafs, of course, welcome. Invictus, welcome. One Inch Punch. Dirtbag. Zol over there as well. Jocko, can I be a bit annoying? I just went through the Squadron 42 trailer again. I count 4 new ships. How about the other people? Not counting the boat and mining bot. Was this the... Which trailer is this? Not the most recent CitizenCon footage. Are you talking about a different one where they showed off the boat and that sort of scene? There's probably quite a few, as well as other variants of the Hornet, like the X, I think it was. So yeah, there's I haven't counted myself, but there's probably a few little sneaky things they're holding off. John Helldiver, EGH, welcome. Not the Citizen one, yeah, an older one. The original Citizen, not the original. A more recent one, maybe. A less recent one. I'm just going to stop talking. Did you apply, Adam? Thank you, my friend. I will accept. We will certainly be doing more org stuff as time goes on. In fact, on a night time now, when I sort of settle down to go to sleep, I do think about how to set up the local SMB town and what we're going to need. Deadlock, thank you for the 9-month resub. Beers and Party and Pagliamia, thank you for the cheer. Not right. I didn't know that going into it, but that was nice. Exclamation cheers, please. Thank you so much for the support. Kindler, yeah, it would be cool to see them do updated versions of... Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't expect to see Gladiator changes anytime soon because they have released maybe a year or two ago the Evo bases. So I'm assuming they're going to stick with that. The Cosmo theme sticks. These are different to the ones on my NXTs. So, yeah, they've already done a little slight update there. But you never know. They will be constantly evolving their stuff. But I guess it takes a bit of time, doesn't it, between each. Solomon, happy birthday, my friend. There you go, my friend. What are you doing today? You going to the pub, restaurant? Oh, is in what we'll need with the org. Pub, restaurant, ball pit, escape room. That'll do it. We don't need anything else. Rajan, welcome. 07. There is a fairly large ship in there that we've seen in other trailers as well, and I have no idea. Which one's that? Not that big ball one that's floating around. There's a big ball one. There's another one that's going through these little tunnel areas. There's quite a few. They will be keeping things sneaky, won't they? When you see the guy floating towards the black ship, it is a Drake ship because it has the caterpillar and ironclad cockpit. Okay. Remoyne! Congratulations. Or, in fact, hang on a minute. Well, I'm saying congratulations. I haven't actually put the video out yet. But, spoiler, you won the Intrepid. You know that about 8 days ago, I put out a video with some giveaways from Game Glass. I've ruined it for you now, the surprise, but put out a video from we had a couple of giveaways. We had the 12-month annual pass from Game Glass, and they provided an Intrepid starter pack to give away. Philowar, I can't remember his name, he won the 12-month pass, and you won the Intrepid. And I forgot, it's about 6 minutes before that video goes live, so you won't have watched it. Usually I'll put the video out already. So congratulations. DM me with your RSI handle and email, or the email associated. I know people say you don't need it, but I've always found that it's just better to have it in case. But congratulations. We do have a lot more giveaways going, as well, not at the moment, but we need to do something on YouTube. We need to do giveaways on Twitch. We've got tons of things from Game Glass. We've got a load of packages from CIG that I have yet to set up and give away. I do apologise. Unsounded, welcome. I hope you don't mind. I'm shifting from Twitch to YouTube as it's much more convenient for me to listen to. No, you do what you need to do, Unsounded. Absolutely, my friend. You do whatever you need to do. In fact, I did get an email from Ulf from CIG saying that they're going to use some of my footage in Inside Star Citizen if I'm all right with it. I'm like, yeah, do it. But, yeah, that's kind of cool. Yes, you did, Remoyne. Yeah, just DM me with your RSI handle and the email that is associated with that account. And then tonight I'll get it shipped over to you. Well done. Apologies for spoiling it to you. Oh, my Lord, Deacon. So you're tier 3 on Twitch, sub, and you're a VIP member on YouTube. My Lord. What is going on today, my friend? Beers and party, please. Thank you so much. It still just counts as one new one. Even though, like, it's practically 3 or 4. Anyway, what's been going on? What has been happening? Viox, welcome. I feel like the chat on YouTube is always behind. Started watching this morning on YouTube and switched to Twitch because the chat didn't match with what you were talking about. That's not to do with either or. It's more to do with me reading one. The thing is, I try to speak to everybody on, all comments. I try to respond to everybody, which is getting a lot harder, especially now that I've got 2 chat roles. But I try to get to everyone, so it can take a little time for me to get to a comment. Sometimes it's scrolled past what I can even see, and I have to scroll back just to respond. So they're both probably on par with each other, but it's more to do with the speed at which I get back to you. But welcome, by the way. And Gamma, thank you so much for becoming a channel member as well. In fact, we have to do loads of little spam emotes out here. Let's spam any channel members out there. Spam chat with some emotes, please. Yeah, Discord, you can either message me via email. But yeah, Discord's probably easier because I can tell if it's you or not. Sometimes I do question the emails of people, whether it's actually them or not. There was one guy that won and he was like, oh, you know, my account was locked and I had to do this new one. And I was like, it turns out it was genuine and it was him, but it seemed like such bad timing. And I just didn't believe him to start with. But I have to check because I don't want you guys being scammed out of potential ship packages, you know. Chef Tennessee, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Dro07, welcome. And 07, good day. Fun test they did yesterday, spawning directly in the hangar. Did anybody experience this then? So let's start with that one then. They've been doing a little test on one shard. Oh, I've got your reminder. Thank you, my friend. Got you there, mate. I'll send it over to you. Yeah, the Intrepid game package. So just your handle and your RSI, your RSI handle and your email associated with it, mate. So they've been doing all sorts of tests. My video will be covering this. It's coming out any minute now, but on not this most recent build, but the build before that, on one shard, they were testing players spawning into their hangars rather than like directly into their hangars the first time they join, rather than into their hubs. And they've been testing out how well loading into an instance works when joining a shard into the hangar versus the hub. And if you ran into any issues or have feedback, please let them know. Now, it's very interesting that they would be doing that. I'm guessing to try and alleviate the issue of everybody spawning into all the hubs in one go, they're going to have the option of, do you want to choose your hangar or your hub? It may just be the hangar only or the hub, you know, but giving the option, it might just alleviate and spread people out over, you know, into their own instance, essentially. So that'll be interesting. Nizar, welcome. Oliver, welcome. No, so base building is not coming in 4.0. I don't really know. If anybody knows of a better way to title this stream, please let me know, because we're going to be talking about the Star Citizen Live that went on talking about base building and crafting. I've broken it down. I want to talk about it. I'll be putting a video out soon. But we're also talking about 4.0. So if there's a better way without making it like a literal, like, big paragraph, because I only have so many characters, please give me a better title. Because I don't really know what... Well, the thing is, it's not... I don't know, it just seems, for the stream, we're talking base building, we're talking crafting, we're talking 4.0. Now, it doesn't mean we're getting crafting or base building in 4.0. It's just, you know, it's just kind of how it is. But apologies for the confusion. Hybrid Unsounded, thank you so much for becoming channel members. Beers and I'm trying to keep up with chat, guys, and I'm so sorry. It is not going well at all. I don't know how many subs and thingies we've had now. Chef, how you doing? Been watching YouTube more lately since you're getting back into Star Citizen. Yeah, hopefully. I think 4.0 will draw a lot of people in, but it depends on how smooth it all goes, doesn't it? You're a channel member twice, Hybrid. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, that's weird. It's two different people, but it's using the same... Oh, that's you as well. Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Hybrid. How come you've done that, mate? You only need to do it once. That's confusing, but thank you. So, Star Citizen, chat and chill. Yeah, we could do that one. Chat and chill. Oh, I've run out of characters. Hang on. You know what? Screw it. It's fine. It'll be fine. We'll just explain that it's not coming if people ask. It's too complicated. Boogie! How are you doing today, my friend? Are you well? You're sitting at home watching a log fire with a whiskey and a laptop. You are in heaven. That sounds perfect, my friend. Lance, how you doing? 4.0 chat plus Q&A. Well, I want to be more specific. This is your old creator channel turning it into your main. Oh, I see. Okay. You tried it 3 times and fell through the hangar all 3 times. The extra large couldn't load fast enough for my arrival. So that's the other thing, isn't it? The patch that we have right now for 4.0 is not a patch to really be enjoyed. It is a pure data gathering patch because there's 2 very significant bugs that are almost 100% reproductions, in which the player inventory, or the inventories aren't loading, and the hangars aren't loading. So you're not going to have fun in it. It's not going to be pretty. Well, I'm not intending to play it today. If we get time at the end, we may jump in and just sort of have a look, but it's probably going to be more of a brain fart than anything other than just providing data for them. But there's important changes to the network that they want to test. So they're doing it anyway. So we'll see how that goes. The latest 4. Welcome, Sacred. Sanctrid. The latest 4.0 patch was smooth for me last night. I played for hours with a little issue. The backpack updates are amazing, and it adds so much to the gameplay. Looting for now. Yeah, I've mentioned those in my my latest video, where it's definitely a good thing having more space in backpacks, but I would like it to be handled in the sense that if, like, small, medium, large backpacks, depending on the actual size of the backpack, like if it's this big, let's say 60 centimeters, then a small backpack 60 centimeters, then items of 60 centimeters or less will fit in it. If it's a medium of, say, 80, then 80 centimeters. If it's like a large with 120 centimeter size, then items with the longest size being 120 centimeters should be able to fit in it. It seems to make more sense that if the item looks like it can fit, rather than just artificially making it fit. But of course, there will be benefits either way. So yeah, we'll see. Profeta, Fury, how are you doing? Ed, welcome. And to you, Profeta, thank you. Yeah, weight will also be a part of it, absolutely. Saw a thread on Reddit this morning that the Pyro side of the jump point is a giant parking lot for griefers. I haven't looked myself, but what will likely happen is over time they will try and secure that area a bit more with NPCs and security and so forth. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if players will do that to start out with. But yeah, over time there will be things to hopefully alleviate that a little bit, because that area is still kind of a policed area until you start spreading away from the space station near there. So there's bound to be, campers and griefers, but thankfully we're seeing all this stuff in an alpha. There'll be ways to mitigate that or alleviate it or fight back, depending on the type of behavior that's going on and whether it's intention, allowed or not allowed as such. Wonko, howdy doody, how you doing today? Skipper, welcome. Yeah, that's it, Chef. I guess it's different for every person, isn't it? People who have been away for a while might be coming back, seeing the title and thinking, oh, hang on. Whereas those who are following it quite closely will be like, I know what they mean. Johnny, how you doing? Welcome. You used to get 5 to 8 FPS in New Babbage, and yesterday I found a setting that boosted my FPS to 20. Is that the DLSS? So local data, Star Citizen, current patch, graphics setting, change the value to 0. You have a Ryzen 3600 and an RX 5700 XT and 32 gig of RAM. Okay, that's interesting. I haven't noticed that myself. Oh, Viox, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Have some beers and party there, my friend, and a party bus indeed, because I appreciate it. Beers and party in chat, please, boys and girls. Thank you so much. G-Sharp, welcome. You're talking of, like, FPS. I'm in a bit of a dilemma right now in terms of my RAM. There's nothing wrong with it, but I have 32 gigs of DDR4. And obviously, as I've said in the past, is it 6? It's saying 5 to me. It says you gave out 5 community subs, not 6. Where's it? What do you mean by 6? Are we talking about the sub thing? Yeah, I'm only counting 5. Not that I'm unappreciative, either way. Oh, you hit enter too soon. I see. Oh, hang on, I think my video's almost ready to go live. You got 32 gig too and started us and takes nearly all of it. What was you testing, Deacon? Deacon told me that he was setting up a server for his work for a client, and he wanted to test to see what Star Citizen was like on it. And how much RAM did you have, and how much was it using? Like, it doesn't matter how much RAM you have, Star Citizen will take a percentage of it, a huge percentage of it, irrespective. It's a known issue, is this whole memory leak, and they are working to optimize it. But yeah, it's funny, but not haha. Von Kell, Stills 07, welcome. Rhino, how you doing? Comrade Pyro side was not working, so people took advantage. Well, there aren't any Comrades. If you destroy someone in Pyro, it's not like recorded. But yeah, so my dilemma is, as most of you know, I'm going to be building a new PC within the next 2 to 3 months, I would say, going into the new year. Going to crowdfund it, going to get all the parts, whatever. I'm going to go, full scale. It is a work PC. I do this for a living. It needs to be good. I'm planning on a 9800 or a 9950 X3Ds, depending on which one works well. I need it for streaming, editing, exporting, so that's why I'm contemplating the 9950. But until we know all the stats and specs, it's a dead conversation right now. I was planning to go for a 50 series card, but one of you guys, what was it? Tengu has said that he'll give me he's upgrading his PC. He'll give me his 4090, which is insane. But in order to do that with my current rig, in order to use the 4090, I need a new power supply, because my 750, sure, the numbers will be fine, but if it throttles, which Star Citizen will probably cause it to, or, things go wrong, Broke Citizen, welcome. I would rather, what I'm planning to do is buy a 1000 watt power supply that I intend to put into the new build, put it into this build for now, so that I can at least run the 4090 without worrying about it. And then when I get all the rest of the components, build a new build with that and put this old one back in again for the streaming machine. But in terms of RAM, this is the dilemma, and I think it's a no-brainer, but I just want to hear your thoughts. I have 32 gig of DDR4 RAM, and the new build will be DDR5. So I've decided at this time not to buy any, I haven't decided, but I thought at the time, there's no point in upgrading my RAM right now to 64 gig, because I'll be doing a whole new build with DDR5 anyway. But for the sake of 100, 120, 130, which is what 64 gig of this speed RAM will be, which is about 3600, it's probably going to be a sensible upgrade to keep me going for the next 2 or 3 months while I do the crowdfunding and get the build built, to alleviate the pressure that Star Citizen is causing with their RAM issues and so forth, with their memory issues. Is that a good idea? Is it a good idea to just pay the 130 or whatever it is for 64 gig of RAM, sell this 32 gig of RAM, and then when this becomes a stream machine, it has 64 gig, and I do actually plan for the DDR5 new build to go 128, but it's probably worth doing, isn't it, for the RAM, just for the sake of how much Star Citizen uses RAM? Or am I being stupid and just frivolous with it? Hardgrim 07. That's the thing. DDR4 is not that expensive right now, and for the sake of 100 and 150, it feels like it's an upgrade that's actually going to benefit now with my content while I wait to build everything else, right? It can take a power grid. Yeah, it certainly can. Doesn't matter how much RAM you have, it'll use a lot of it. If you accidentally drop a double dog on the ground, do you pick it up and still eat it? Oh yeah, absolutely. No, unless you're in Pyro and it's next to some needles, you just pick it up and eat it. It's all good. Star Citizen devs have talked about attacking other players' bases. Do you think we can also do the same to NPCs? Yes, I do. I think in terms of like NPC bases and stuff, you will be able to attack them. They will have Maelstrom and Break. Absolutely. Whether they have planetary shielding or not, I would assume so in the certain locations that you would expect it to be there. Like the high-sec locations. So yes, absolutely. You have quite taken me aback by this surprise win. Thank you so much. Well, it's funny because when your name popped up, I always like it when I'm doing a giveaway and it's a name I recognize. It's always like, that's nice. I like that. Not that I'm opposed to giving these giveaways out to people I don't recognize, but it's nice to know that my immediate community, you guys that talk and hang out all the time, are getting these things as well. It would help. Yeah, I know, Willie. I've only got the 4 slots, and I've got 4 8 gig slots for this now. No, that's the thing. I would get 2 32 gig RAM if I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it's not expensive. It's not that bad. Ubiquita, welcome. As much content that you do, just do it. But the bigger single stick you can, and then do it again later. Well, the thing is, this machine is DDR4. The new one's going to be DDR5. So whatever I buy for this machine, RAM-wise, isn't going to be applicable or upgradable to the new rig. But this is going to become a stream machine. So having 64 gig for a stream machine is probably overkill. But at the same time, it's going to be, setting me up, I suppose. Can we craft FPS gear we buy off of the RSI store? Yes, you will be able to. And sub gear. So subscriber stuff, these things that we win, Luminalia stuff maybe. But yeah, anything you buy will be upgradable. You will be able to craft it and so forth. You currently have 32 gig. Are people now recommended 64? Well, a lot of people are saying, I feel like RAM in Star Citizen right now, although when it gets more optimized and this memory leak is under wraps, the RAM isn't going to be as detrimental as it is now. But right now, from what I've heard, going from 32 to 64 is a huge difference. How many sticks are in now? 4. Yeah, I've got 4 in right now. And no, they're not really going to be saleable because, I've got all this old PC stuff and it's not worth anything. Tomato King, how you doing? I missed you there. Sorry. Winter, welcome. How you doing? Yo, Zone Dad, how you doing? You got the game, but wow, it's huge. I'm so lost. Just fell through the lift and went for a trip into space. Oh, mate. It's so terrible to hear that as a new backer, a new player, it's kind of like a rite of passage. You've got to go through so many certain bugs in order for it to happen. So AM5 can support DDR4, but it's probably going to be worth, though, with the new build to just go to DDR5 anyway, though, isn't it? You say upgrade to 64 gig. My stream storage will benefit. Right, okay. Advise you get the exact same RAM as you already... Yeah, I can't because there's no room for it, unfortunately. I'm not going to mix it. What I'll do is I'll take out all the RAM that I have now, which is 32 gig of DDR4 3600, and then just put in 2 sticks of DDR4 whatever, it's probably going to be 3600 again, I don't know. Or maybe 4000. It depends on how much the price difference is. You're in the same situation, are you, Peace? It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you don't want to just throw money away for the sake of it. But I feel like if it's beneficial and it's going to help now, then it's worth doing. Draco, how you doing? Welcome. I hope this won't be like New World, where you have to defend your territory. No. In high-sec locations, Stanton, for example, you will have protection more than enough without any worries. You may get attacked, but it's going to be hard for them to deal with that, and you're going to be present at the time it happens. They can't attack you when you're not there. In low-sec or null-sec, like Pyro, as long as you've got your own shielding, like, for example, if I was to build a low-key base, like a stealth base, in Pyro, the chances are it if someone found it, they could destroy it. Because low sec, I don't want much signatures. I might not put any shielding on it. It might be tucked away in a forest that I don't expect anyone to find it. And of course, if they find it, it can be destroyed. And they could do. They may do that. Or ransack it. But if I was to build a place in Pyro and put shielding on it, they would have to do a lot of work to break that down. So there's swings and roundabouts about where you're doing it and how you plan to do it. Rumpel, thank you so much for the beers and party there, my friend. Much appreciated. Look at it as a pre-upgrade for the stream rig as well as an... Yeah, okay. More RAM never hurt anyone. But a RAM has probably hurting people. Advise you get the exact same RAM as you already have, or get 64 replacement sticks. Mixing. Yeah, so as I said, yeah, so I've read that one twice, haven't I? Yeah, I think that's the case. I think that's where I'm suffering right now when I'm streaming, is the not enough RAM for what I am doing. Night and day different from 32, is it, Boogie? Just download more. Yeah. Yo, Minty, how you doing? Oh, so AM5 is actually DDR5 only. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's good then. Okay. Blamsmith, welcome. Charles, welcome. You feel like Pyro, they are going to have to figure out camping spots. What do you mean, like actual camping grounds? Oh no, I didn't scroll down. Okay, it wasn't that bad, I don't think. Was it bad? Did I miss lots? No, I don't think I did. Okay. DDR5 is worth it now. What you need to look for, welcome by the way, Noah, is first word latency, which is in nanoseconds. It is time it takes to... Well, yeah, I'll definitely be going for the best RAM that I can get for my main build, for the new build. It'll be the best I can find, most likely 128 with really high speeds. And yeah, that whole latency side of things as well. I'll do my research on it and figure out what I need. Anyway, the latest video is up, but, you know, it's just talking about the latest patch, which we're going to be doing today. So that's that. Let me just get this shared. Hang on. It's nice music, this. Bear with me. Some phenomenal music going on, there really is. I feel like Pedro should have asked me to do the vocals. It's kind of a shame, you know, he missed out on that. There we go, all shared, new video up. I didn't really have any new footage for this one, so I'll just use the footage I had before, because it was nice. But yeah, I haven't managed to play this latest build yet. Keep it as 10 NS or lower. Okay. Your current B450 motherboard is PCIe Gen 3, and I know my RAM is PCIe Gen 4, so I am to upgrade to 64 gig of RAM and stay within the AM4 platform until AM5 becomes cheaper. Yeah, fair enough, mate. David, yeah, these are just background footage. Welcome, sir. You don't want the highest speeds. Currently, there is an issue. Also, using more than 2 RAM slots messed with AMD's CPUs. Hopefully, by the time I get to actually upgrading, then that they've resolved that issue. Well, maybe we could stick with 64 of DDR5. Again, it's just I've not done the full research yet, so I've got to do a lot more before I even take the plunge. I hope they really limit space stations in Star Citizen. I played Dual Universe for a while, and space around planets was such a hazard because there was junk here. What do you mean by limit the space stations, Vox? Are they mostly sorted now for DDR5? Okay. Yo, Dav, how you doing, by the way? I'm sure if there are any whistling tracks. Pedro, you know where to find me. Although the new 50 series cards will be ridiculously priced, I'm sure. Well, that's why, if Tengu is still up to give me his 4090, I will probably stick with that until the 660 cards come out. Because going from a 3080 to a 5, I tend to leave it, or I prefer to leave it 2 generations before I upgrade graphics cards, because it doesn't feel like there's any need. And if I was to get this 4090, there's no need to go for a 50 series card. Yes, there will be benefits, definitely, in certain architecture stuff, you know, and ray tracing and whatnot, but the 4090 is a monster of a card, so getting that that will cut down probably half the cost of the PC, right? Without having to buy a 50 series card. So in terms of crowdfunding, it's going to cost a lot less anyway. And then when the 60 series comes out, I can maybe sell the 4090 if he doesn't want it back, and put that towards getting a 60 series card. We'll see what happens. You ever have an issue in Star Citizen only making use of one RAM stick? And not that I've noticed. No. But other people may have. If anyone has experienced that, please let Draco know. They said ship chassis can be upgraded with blueprints, so you can have a tier 5 cutlass versus your store caught tier 1. Yes. So you can, essentially, you can either go, you know, buy a cutlass, upgrade it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. Or if you have a tier 5 blueprint for it, you can just build one outright straight to tier 5. But of course that requires researching the blueprint, which will take time as well, and probably resources to some degree. But you could find a cutlass, claim it, and then upgrade that one depending on what rating it is. When base building goes live, do you see the land in Stanton filling up pretty quickly? I think people will try to build in Pyro, but get raided into an oblivion. It really depends on what other systems do we have by that point. I feel like they've sort of stated that they intend to have Nyx as their system where base building is going to be, you know, released. T1 Berries, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Now, that's not to say that we won't have it prior to that, or, you know, that's just what they said a while back. So I think by the time base building comes along, we will probably have Nyx, Pyro, and Stanton. And I think it's likely that we will certainly see Stanton build up, because that's the high-sec location. There's going to be a lot of protection there. A lot of people will be building there on scale, including myself. And then some people will build in Pyro, for sure. There's that planet tech that they're talking about that you can bid for, or you can just, you know, build anywhere and keep out of sight, or build some defenses. I think it's going to depend on the type of building we see. We're not going to see traders popping up a shop in Pyro being like, here I am, come and buy some stuff, because they will get attacked. But in Stanton, yes, there's more likely going to be like mining plots being built in Pyro to be taking advantage of any resources there, or heavily secured logistical stations, depots, bases to help with moving shipments around. And then Nyx is kind of like a low sec, isn't it? Where it's not like super dangerous, but it's not like Pyro, but it isn't like Stanton. It's not government owned by the UEE. You're not protected by the UEE, but it's not going to be a pirate hellhole like Stanton is. Pyro is. So there's going to be a lot of variations, and a lot of that will depend on what you want to build and how you intend to do that, and making sure you have the protection to protect yourself. Raytheon, how you doing? Welcome. They said space stations. Yes, that's true. Yes, space stations are not just built around orbits of planets. You can build them anywhere in space within reason. There's, I'm sure there are some restrictions, but more restrictions around planets, like orbits of planets. So you could go off into the middle of nowhere and build one of those space stations. What other than hull would be upgraded in a ship blueprint? What other than the hull would be upgraded? I don't know, because you'll probably be able to do separate upgrades to the thrusters, or components, of course, weapons. That's a good question, actually. I'm not too sure. Good morning, Damage. welcome. You only want to use 2 RAM slots if possible for Ryzen CPUs. 4 will work, but not as well. Is that just because of, like, teething issues, Tomato King? Or is that in terms of that's just how they work and they will work like that forever? Well, not for, for the foreseeable, I mean. 4090 not taking 4 kilowatts of power is a missing opportunity. Feels like some technological finesse and efficiency is lost with that generation, and more about brute force. I don't know what that means, in all honesty. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dro. And it's it's the same with most games as well. Like FIFA, only because I used to get FIFA for free from Rachel that I would play every single FIFA that came out. They're not worth upgrading between, like, give it a space of time and get a more significant update. It's the same thing with graphics cards. So I do think 4.0 will hit before Christmas. Let's just sort of reiterate on my opinion on how it's going. I think what I expect to see is open PTU by the end of this week with a potential, and this is just a guess based on what I've seen, but live candidate for open PTU by the end of the week. See how that goes over the weekend, if there's any issues. Get them fixed and rectified, and then live by next week. That's how I think it's going to pan out. Now, of course, between now and then, we could see a lot of issues that can keep it in the PTU of any wave. It didn't even have to be open PTU by the end of the year. It could be next year that we see any of that start rolling out. But the way things are going, I feel like, for better or worse, like I said in the video, irrespective of what the state is, within reason, I feel like they're going to push it out to live. Just so that they can be like, we've got it out this year, now let's build upon it. But I'm hoping, within the meantime, these patches that they're rolling out daily, all the tests they're doing and their network changes and their new configurations, I think they're going to make it happen where it's solid and it comes out well. Zero, welcome. One of my friends on Discord has a 7800 X3D, and we usually get the same, or I get a little more FPS. What are you running? You're running a Threadripper, Jocko, AM4 with 8 gig of RAM slots and 8 gig, and it works fine for me, but overkill. But hey, bought it like 6 years old PC, and it's working great, nice. To be fair though, like Star Citizen will continue to optimize, and we'll get Vulkan, and we'll get all these other pieces of tech and optimizations that will make our current PCs run it fine. It's an unoptimized game for the best part. So we're fighting kind of a pointless battle, but because this is my livelihood, this is my work, so I need a PC that can not only play Star Citizen, which is tough at the moment, but not necessarily forever. I also need it to be able to edit and export and stream, so I definitely need to keep up with that. Otherwise, as we've seen with my streams already when I'm playing, it suffers more than it should do, because it's struggling to keep up with stuff. Kevsky, how you doing? Apologies, mate, I haven't written back to you yet. I will get back to you. Hook, how you doing? Helaton, welcome. It's due to the onboard memory controller of Ryzen in the 7000 series. Not sure about the 9000. Okay, so that might be better then. So filling all 4 slots limits RAM speed. Is that just a known thing then, like a general thing all across the board? I used to be a PES player. I used to love PES. My brother and I used to play PES all the time. But then it kind of dropped off and it became a bit poor. So because I could get FIFA for free through Rage, I was just playing FIFA, which is a good game. It's just got annoying mechanics. And they're obviously EA. Coming from a pirate, testing in Pyro is nearly impossible with the amount of players gunning your ship down when trying to land a location. Yes, and at this time, so there's a few things to consider right now with. I see a lot, not necessarily you, Snoz, but I see a lot of comments on my YouTube channels about how 4.0 isn't fun. And, Pyro's not fun. And it's like, firstly, we're in an alpha. Things are very much out of whack, not right in testing. Which, like it or not, that's just the fact. And there's more systems to come in that will help to balance this kind of thing. But, of course, Pyro is to be a more pirate location. Now, for example, the way I kind of see it is if I'm flying around and I see another vulture or a vulture or an industrial ship flying around, I'm not too worried. Or even a starter ship, I'm not too worried because chances are they're not going to try and attack me. If I see a combat-specific ship, then I do worry, and I just make a break for it, because there's no point in putting myself in a risk. And that's just how it's going to be in Pyro until we see more balance coming, and just in general anyway. Now, there will be gangs that can... So there will be rules in Pyro, not enforced by the UEE, but enforced by the different gangs that you are maybe building rep with. But yeah, there's so much left to come, and when we get something for the first time, it's like letting dogs loose for the first time, right? People are going to use that freedom, and then it will start to settle. Ian, how you doing? Welcome. So, not to say Pyro will ever be, you know, danger-free. Of course it won't. But to start with, it'll be a hellhole, and then it will settle down a bit, but it will still be... You'll still got to be on edge. You've still got to be careful and have protection. Eventually, we'll have multiple systems, so you can just bypass it altogether or have protection while you're traveling through. There's something for everybody, that's the point. Mark, how you doing? December 23rd? I reckon December 21st or 20th. Apologies, everybody. I'm not keeping up with chat at all. Optimizations are usually the final stage of game development. Yes, it is slightly different, isn't it, for Star Citizen, as you say, because they know there's a live build that we're all playing and they want to test it and so forth. So there's a bit of a balance game going on there. Yes, absolutely, Raytheon. That is the plan. Entwil, welcome. So the plan is build a new PC for my main rig, which is gaming, you know, for playing Star Citizen, so that it is good enough to play Star Citizen at the highest quality of graphics, so that when I do my videos, my gameplay videos, they look as good as they can with photo mode, ray tracing, global, everything turned up. And then have this build, my current build, as a stream machine. That is the plan. Thankfully, the stream machine doesn't need a lot of work doing to it because it's here. It's got all the components, even more than I need. So we're not having to pay to build a new machine. Sorry, you know, a stream machine. I'm just using what I already have. Yeah, it'll be demoted here. Thank you, Wonko. Len, thank you for highlighting your message. How are you doing today? 2 RAM sticks, think, is a general thing for Ryzen. Don't necessarily apply to other CPUs. Okay. But it will probably apply to the 9000 series. You're waiting to see about that 9950. Yeah, I want to see the benchmark. Now, again, I'm not building a PC just for gaming. If I was, I would just go 9900X3D because it seems to be the best one at this time. I'm building a work machine and a gaming rig. So it's a double thing. So, yeah, if the 9950 turns out to be better option for what I need versus just pure gaming, then I will go for that one. But we'll see prices, we'll see stats and so forth. There's plenty to figure out yet. You did a fast build of a PC for you. Hopefully it helps you out finding the parts you need. Thank you, Jocko. Where have you put that, mate? Is it in Discord or something? Farming moisture evaporators. Yes, we need those. How do you have issues with griefers? I've not been killed. It varies. There's so many things about it, Brian. Welcome, by the way. Where you know, this. And I'm not going to get into the discussion of griefers, pirates. What are the differences? Because ultimately it's up to CIG to determine that, and then, you know, we react to whatever happens. But in terms of just criminal activity, PvE, there's a lot of ways to mitigate that for yourself. Depending on where you're going, what you're doing, who you're doing it with, and so forth. Archaic, welcome. 07. Yeah, it's kind of crazy busy right now, Kev. Everything's just... I mean, obviously, we got, like, Christmas on the way, family. We actually... we got some of her first bike, which is a really nice... It actually looks just like Rachel's, which is like this mint green beach cruiser style thing with a basket, and oh, it's beautiful. She's gonna freak out when she sees it, but we had to send the first one back, but we've built this one now and it's in the garage ready for Christmas Day. I can't wait to see her expression. She'll probably be like, it's not red. She's been asking for a red bike and we got her this mint one, which is probably going to be big regrets, but yeah, I'm excited for it. Thank you, Jocko. Appreciate that, mate. Thing is, like, whenever I get killed when I'm streaming, everyone immediately assumes it's a stream sniper. And it most likely isn't in most cases. It's just wrong place, wrong time. They're out to kill you, you know? Because when I jump away, they don't follow. They don't suddenly know where I am. I think it is very easy to jump to conclusions in that regard, but at the same time, who knows? So fuel it's not welcome, Dick. It's not specifically a problem, but it is a big consideration that we need to be very aware of. Hello, RK. The ranges are different, which means that, a lot of the balancing to the ships will increase the ranges they can do, but certain ships maybe not. And if you're going into Pyro, you need to make sure that your ship is capable of traveling a certain distance. Don't just jump like you do in Stanton and assume you're going to be fine, because you might get to this location and be stranded. And it's not going to be as easy to call up a Starfarer, for example, because they will be a hot target. There is a few places you can refuel, but some of them are specific to the gangs, and if you are in ill favor with them, then, yeah, you might be in trouble. Oh, sorry, Brian. Sorry, mate. I see. You've got an e-bike to keep up with the kids. Well, like I said, I've built my own bike recently, and I've not really used it yet, so I'm hoping summer is going to be quite slow to start with. You actually witnessed a dogfight between a nomad and a vulture. The vulture was highlighted in red, the end of which the vulture quantumed out of there. So funny. That's like seeing, I don't know, two ducks fight, isn't it? It's like, this is going to be a funny one. Yo, Hawk, how you doing? Yes, the Gemini would be useful. It is a much more technically heavily armored one. So, yeah, but I think if you're going into a place like Pyro with a Starfarer, where you will be able to make a good amount of money, because you can, if you wanted to, charge a premium, but at the same time there's going to be a lot of people likely needing refueling, you're going to want escorts. How long do you think we can keep a Grazer and a Copian in our hangar for if I wanted to kidnap them? Not long. They'll likely be despawned. Right now, I don't know what the rule set is, but anytime I've had a creature in the back of my ship, they've not lasted there a long time. I think there's a rule set that just sort of cleans them up. But in the future, technically they should persist. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see how long they actually stay there for. And when we get pets, they shouldn't despawn. You should be able to cage them all into your locker, even if, in your hangar, even if they're not actually pets, and keep them there. Do you think the org features and updated mobiGlas features will come before or after base building? Ooh. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It could be either, couldn't it? It could be either way. The sooner the better, but again, it might not even be, here's all the org features and here's all the, later on, here's all the base building features. It'll be incremental, and it could be incremental for both. We could see some org features and base building around a similar time, and then the rest expand and so forth. I don't think it's going to be as black and white as just, boop, there you go. But yeah, I don't know. Really don't know. That's true, red goes faster, especially if you get go faster stripes. Vigorous, how you doing? Stevie Thunder, Wayland, 07, welcome. Rust-Oleum, Cherry Red, Sandpaper, Primer, and Rust-Oleum Enamel Coat are all cheap. What are we talking about? A hybrid? Any tips for beginners? Worth finding a guide or something, as I am lost. What are you trying to do right now, Zoned? The problem is, in the current live build, there may be some issues that stop the gameplay from actually happening. But I would start with just basic delivery or hauling missions. What ship have you got? I've forgotten, I'm afraid. What ship have you got? And then maybe look to pursue the hauling missions, although there may be bugs with the hangars and things. Or lifts. Yeah, they despawn and turn belly up, yeah. They both jockeyed for firing positions, okay, on each other, and with Bloom in the background, it looked pretty. I bet it was pretty interesting, yeah. Will there be a problem with gankers camping the jump points? Potentially, but so there's a bit of a CIG will find ways to mitigate it so that it's not as bad as it could be, I suppose. But at the same time, it might be worth having players go in and try and protect those spaces. Like, technically, it's still UEE space is the other end of the jump point. Because you are, that I think they have a foothold in Pyro's exit jump point, don't they? There's still a bit of a UEE presence there. But it's once you get away from that it'll be bad. So they may, if that's the case, CIG might just increase security, NPC security around that area to help protect it. I think you might be disappointed with the future level of persistence. Maybe. We don't know. I think it's only going to get better, but it will be obviously still enforced by a hierarchy and a rule set that needs to balance with performance. So we will see what they do. They always find clever ways to optimize and stuff, but yeah, there's plenty more to do there. Is the arm broken? In 4.0, well, in the PTU build, when I was, for the Evocati, when I was streaming, I managed to refuel using a Starfarer, didn't I? Janley, welcome, thank you for the follow. Ooh. Oh, so you've got an Intrepid. Yeah, my advice is do some hauling missions. Look at the hauling options and make sure that you're not necessarily taking on jobs that involve more than 8 SEU of cargo, because you have an 8 SEU cargo hold. You have 2 that lower, don't you? Try taking on jobs that allow you to do that kind of mission, because those sorts of hauling or even delivery jobs, which are a little less interesting, they allow you to travel around the Stanton system, getting used to your ship, getting used to flight, getting used to and seeing new locations, understanding how cargo elevators work and freight elevators and just that kind of thing. So I would suggest start with that, and you will make mistakes. You will probably fly into things. You will have to spend time binding keys that you may not have bound yet, and you will run into bugs and issues, and it's about learning the workarounds at this time until those do get fixed. But no matter how long you've been playing, you still forget things, do things wrong, make mistakes, bugs cause you to blow up and so forth. It happens. But, now's the time to kind of do all that, because nothing's permanent. But remember, whatever you're earning in-game right now, in the live build, will be wiped when 4.0 goes live, which could be in a couple of weeks, or it could be next year. So don't worry about making a lot of money. Just learn the game. It's so stupid. Learn the game, but not too much, because things are changing. So you're at kind of a precipice right now, Zoned. I think I might have mentioned it when you first joined. It's like you're at a precipice where there's big changes coming for the good, but it makes the current kind of pointless almost. But there's plenty to learn right now. And then, when 4.0 comes out, you can learn a bit more and you'll have a starting point rather than just going in blind. The only thing I like about the Polaris is the hangar, the engine sounds, and the medic beds. That's cool. The Polaris is a cool ship. I love it. I want to see more major sci-fi actors in Star Citizen, mostly Ben Browder, John Critchen from Farscape. Okay. They already basically copy how Farscape wormholes work. Oh, how the Farscape wormholes work. I don't know if we'll see genuine, other than these sorts of main cast, single player campaigns. We're probably not going to be seeing too many famous people, but definitely cameos. I mean, Henry Cavill was essentially a cameo because he asked Chris to be in the game, didn't he? Which kind of doesn't make sense. You're quite weird in the ships. I have bought what I like and what I got a feeling about that I like it. If I don't have the feeling, I don't buy. No, I'm the same, Jocko. It's funny that, because I was thinking this the other day, and I'm not going to say to people, don't buy based on stats, because of course you are going to. And especially when we look at the stats and it's showing where the intention of the ship is supposed to be. I don't buy based on stats, specs, numbers. Well, except for price, but I only buy based on, like yourself, how I feel about it. Can I see myself using it? Is it a nice ship? Do I like the interior? Can I see me and you guys jumping in and playing with it? And that's all I go for to start with. But yeah, it's interesting that. Anyone else's Starlance and Max not have working headlights? I haven't checked. I haven't checked myself. How was the storm for you on Saturday? We had it bad here in West Wales. Yeah, it must be really bad in Wales. Wasn't it like nearly 70, 80 miles an hour winds? No power all day and only got the internet and mobile data back last night. Give me a chance to get onto Satisfactory, however. So we actually, it was windy, very windy, of course. I think it was up to 50 odd mile an hour here, gusts. And then on what day was it? I can't remember what day it was. But we did get a power cut, which thankfully didn't last too long. It was in the night partly in the day. Someone was awake at the time. And then it came back on somewhat recently, but there were people who were down for days. I couldn't imagine it. I'd literally just finished a video and I was uploading it, and it killed the PC, which is why I need to get a UPS as well. We have a lot of power cuts here, sometimes planned, sometimes not planned, but I need to have that backup. Taron, how you doing? Happy holidays to you and yours as well, my friend. Thank you so much. Duck Force, how you doing? Welcome. You buy based on looks. Yeah. It's interesting, you know. Of course, you buy based on whatever you want to buy on. You know, I'm not telling you how you should buy, but for me, it's always about just the general feel of it. It was quite sharty at times. Yeah. Up to 90 mile an hour gusts. Mostly around 70 to 80. A few trees up in the campsite. Oh boy. I'm assuming no one was camping. Anglesey hit 93. Wow. Yo, De Gunther, how you doing? Alright, we need to kind of focus the stream more on the intention of base building. I mentioned we were going to be talking about it, and we haven't really delved into it too much. So this is, I'm sure you've all, or if you haven't, you soon will be doing, seen the Star Citizen Live about base building and crafting. I loved it. There's so much information to it. So we're just going to somewhat run through it. Again, if you've got any questions or comments about base building, crafting, put them in chat. Anything related to base building, we're going to discuss it now. Yeah, it was becoming one of my top subjects, actually. With the Hercules, if they made the rear landing gear a little longer, there would be no... Is this with the doors? Yeah, they need... I think they've fixed one of them, haven't they? But the other one is still a bit of a problem. You really don't want to light the Corsair, but I think it's your favourite ship. Fair enough. Not a fan of the low landing gear. No, that does make it difficult to land in places. Absolutely. You need semi-underground, like docking bay, partially sunken. Yeah, I hope we actually get to do that kind of thing where, like you see in Pyro with these scrapyards, where we get the sort of recessed repair bays. I think that would be really nice, especially when weather's more of a thing, because as we saw in that demonstration when they showed off the rain at CitizenCon and the winds, things like boxes and barrels are blown around. So having a recessed area, especially if that location or that planet or whatever is susceptible to high winds, will stop that from happening. I think that's a great idea. What sort of plot tax do you think they have in mind? I don't know what price. I was thinking about this last night, in fact, when it comes to, like, I don't know how, it'll likely be based on scale, the size of the land, the value of the land. It'll be a percentage. Whatever that is, I don't know. But when it comes to building our org plot, and I think I've got a 4x4 kilometer plot, which is what, about 12 miles squared, which is quite big. You know, it's small to medium-sized village, I would say. Maybe bigger, really. I would like to build, like a town hall and have shops around that area, traders, and we'll probably have certain people. Like, we don't want to have competition with each other. It's like we'll have an armor trader, a ship trader, a weapon trader, a craft, all these sorts of different things, but only really one, and it'll be based on just the quality of your work. The best quality, if you wanted to be the trader of that specific thing in that area, you'll get the job. because we offer that to the org. It's going to be an org, or even just a community. It doesn't have to be org, but a community town. And then there will be residential spots further out as well, or surrounding areas. There'll be industrial spots as well. But my plan is to sell those plots or rent those plots to the community, because obviously if I'm the one building with a 4x4 land claim, there's going to be a tax to pay with that, which will be coming out of my account, right? Not real money, but UEC. So there needs to be a way of paying for that. I don't want to make profit out of it. I'm not looking to profiteer from having a town, but as long as it pays for itself, then that's fine. So there will be like rent for shop owners, for residential things. But you will be able to build your own plot, your own land. I'll probably sell these plots off in certain sizes, and then you can come along, buy that plot or rent that plot, and build the house you want to build, and then live within that township. And hopefully we'll be able to scale it as time goes on, because I'm sure we'll get more and more people. Automated defense turrets, NPC security personnel, how viable do you think they will be when it comes to defending? Very, very viable. Already at space stations, if you see anyone attacking anyone around a space station, the minute those turrets engage, they're just blown away if they don't manage to escape. Or immediately just poof, see ya. So in high sec, it'll be the same. Even as long as you're building the defenses, they will protect you well. In order for a player to stand a chance of taking out a base, it isn't going to be a simple case of let's fly in and drop a bomb. You're going to need to organize a group of you to take out the generators or the shield generators or whatever the defenses of that location is, which means sneaking in to the actual location and sabotaging things. And if you've got people around there, or you've got guards, or you've got turrets and things, that's not going to be easy. So it is going to be difficult, and a lot of it might be dependent on the range of what choices we have to buy. You might be able to buy cheap defenses and it's a bit easier to bypass, or you might be able to build better ones or upgrade them and so forth. Also, the ability to shift soil and rock up against the structure. Yeah, I don't know about being able to... We're not going to be able to do any actual terraforming. Rastar, the tool that we use to place our own bases and things, will somewhat deform the land to make it flat. But we will be able to create big flat platforms. But yeah, you're not going to be able to like push things up against it. Soil will be interesting though. That's going to be an interesting part of, where we build. Location will be important. Location. You didn't watch the Star Citizen Live, but did they give any kind of indication of when crafting will be ready for testing? No, they didn't. No. Within the next 12 to 18 months is what we heard at CitizenCon for base building crafting, but that's not necessarily the whole thing. It could just be a specific part of it, Wish we could buy or rent NPC vendors. We probably will be able to at some point, but not until post 1.0, because we know NPC crew isn't going to be 1.0, it's going to be afterwards. But if you look at the Kraken, you look at those sorts of trading ships, the intention is you have an NPC that mans that shop. So I think that's going to be a possibility. You could hire an NPC to look after a shop for you, but I think, really, it'll be cooler for players to do it. I think they would really appreciate it. Hello, world. How you doing? Welcome. Appreciate you hanging here. You've never seen a Star Citizen live stream with 102 viewers. What do you mean? There's people who stream with way more than 102. And, of course, people who stream with less. It's just up and down, depending on what's going on and who you are. I just want a Wehab and a pad for me and my ship of choice. I want it to be as inconspicuous as I can make it. Nothing else. That's all you're going to have. I would like to have that and more, to be fair. Bomber, welcome, but that is a beautiful dream, Ramoyne, of course. Timothy, building roundabouts. So, in terms of roads, we know they want roads, and they've spoken about, for example, connecting distribution centers to distribution centers and other points of interest around, or even having a little village for the workers of a distribution centers and having a road that connects, and then an internal road in that village. So I certainly expect that when it comes to building our own towns, whatever, we will eventually be able to lay roads, be that gravel roads, tarmac roads, or whatever other materials we could need. depending to suit the needs of the location. So yeah, I expect when we build the actual township, I don't know if at that point we'll be able to have roads. I'm hoping for 1.0 we will, because ultimately that's the only point it really matters, because you build a town in pre 1.0, it's going to get wiped. If any game I've played with my significant other, she's usually the farmer and I'm the fighter, so I really need to calculate for how decent solo PvP is, because she's not going to be focused on that aspect. I think your best bet in that case, Draco, is high-sec location like Terra, Stanton, build a farmstead there, get complete planetary protection and UE protection, as well as your own defenses. Chances are she's not going to get attacked at all, if possible. I'm sure it'll happen at some point, but very rarely, and you'll have defenses to protect you, and you can have a ranch there. At the end of the day, when it comes to ranching, farming, soil will matter, and if it's livestock, location like the grass or whatever will be important. But it's not like you're looking for resources and like minables. Minables in high sec locations are not gonna be very attainable. You're not gonna be like making a mining outpost in, say, Microtech, because the majority of this system of Stanton has been mined out. So there's not a lot to get there. And if there is, there's going to be a higher tax, because it's the land is worth a lot more. In Pyro is where you're going to see the sort of mining and resource gathering outposts. But farmsteads will be perfect for high-sec places, because you're ultimately just keeping creatures, right? Or growing plants. What's the average, welcome Jester, server FPS in this new... I don't know, I haven't played it, but it's notoriously bad at the moment. Challenge, welcome. So you want to build a flea market. Some are already planned by devs, but having your own sounds like a good plan. Yeah, absolutely. There's, devs obviously will, the game master will build more locations, planet side and so forth, but there's plenty to go for. Me too, Jenny. I would love an apartment in ArtCorp, especially when rain starts happening. I would like to think we will see player housing, like apartments and things, rolling out within the next 12 to 18 as well, because the building interior mandate has been picked up again, I believe. So hopefully we get to see that somewhat soon. Oh, fair enough, Ramoyne. Yeah, as you gain confidence, skill, knowledge, absolutely. As a merchantman owner, I am really interested in selling to players who own shops. Yeah, like at the end of the day, let's say, for example, we're building this township. I'm focusing on building the more group areas like storage, town hall, yeah, and so forth. We could have a player who wants to build a garage or a trader. They can come in, they can source their goods, people can go and trade with them. You could have people like yourself rocking up with a merchantman, offering their wares, and that trader can be like, I'll take that for my shop. Darth, how you doing? I'm wondering how utilitarian a wee mining base will be, or if it'll just become meta to mine with a ship. Well, what they plan to do with the mining resources is divide them into specific mining types. So either FPS, ground vehicle, ship, or base extraction. And so certain minerals will only be attainable via base extraction mining. So there's going to be a big need for it. But yeah, high-sec, there isn't going to be a lot of mineable opportunity there, because the majority of these places that are high-sec, they've been mined to death. So yeah, if you are building something like a mining outpost, it'll likely be in a low-sec area, so you'll need a lot of security. It just means we get to refine our skills in building a town. Yes, over and over again. Yeah, absolutely. Learning about the architecture, the layout, everything, absolutely. Yeah, data gameplay, absolutely, Darth. No idea how that's all going to work yet, data running and stuff. Daylight, welcome. I also like the idea of a trader specifically in blueprints will be quite cool. Not that they're going to be super unique, because I think the majority of unique blueprints will be automatically applied to your account, your character, but yeah. What's the backpack update? So essentially, backpacks have increased by 50% in terms of size, and the biggest size item you can fit in them has been increased to 90 centimeters on the longest side. So whatever item is 90 centimeters, it'll now fit in a backpack. And I think that means any backpack. Sinkhole, how you doing? Welcome back, Vigorous. I thought it was never going to happen with how cities wreak performance. No, they're still optimizing cities, but they have... I mean, let me just pull up a video for you, and we can throw that in the background, and you can kind of see their intention with what they plan to do with buildings. So... what was it called? Star Citizen... it was Road to 4.0. Building... Interior design. That's what it was called. Here we go. Let's just put this on in the background. And you can see all the concept images of what they're intending to do with building interiors. And this is commercial, residential, industrial, all like offices, underground locations. We will see all of these start to come to fruition in landing zones. You know, like, I think Lawville might be first, where they put actual interiors. They have big plans. With the land claims and the problem most games have with player housing, I can predict that every planet will become... no, because there will be restrictions with certain planets where there are no build zones. But also, by the time 1.0 comes out, there will be 5 systems. And planets are big. Moons are big. Yes, there will be... you know, demand in the most nicest of places. But we will start to see townships, small settlements, homesteads, farms, all these sorts of things of varying scales by players build up and up. And yes, certain places will become more populated than others. But that's not to say that everywhere will just be completely covered. Because A, CIG won't allow it with no claim zones. No land, you know, build zones. And B... if people build a place and then desert it for whatever reason, that will then become available to buy again. And the cool thing is, whatever they've built will likely remain there and just degrade over time based on the environment. And then when you buy it, you'll have that to either dismantle, fix up, or just keep as it is and appreciate this old decrepit building. Do you expect quantum markers to come with the first iteration of base building? What do you mean by... as in like being able to quantum to your own location? It should come before that. One thing that, when they brought out this new star map, which was 2 years ago now, I think, maybe a year and a half, the intention was to allow us to place a marker and always return to it. And they managed to do that with internal spaces. So if you're in a space station, maybe even a ship, but you can drop a marker and have it tell you where to go. But unfortunately, they didn't manage to get the marker system working. And I think the reason why is because of server meshing. They need server meshing first for that to kind of work, because the marker you place where it routes you and allows you to travel to will need to, transition you from mesh to mesh or server to server. So I'm expecting once we have server meshing to a certain standard, and then they start just building on not necessarily the optimizing of it, but the more features of it. Things like being able to place a marker in the middle of nowhere or on a planet you'll be able to return to. What do you think of the material quality? Do you know, at first, I actually really liked the idea of this. At first I was a bit like, but I really like the fact that there's another facet to all of this. Crafting, mining, even salvage, making sure that you get the best quality, not just the quantity. That's not to say there isn't going to be a value and a demand for low quality materials, because they did say there will be use cases for them. I suppose one example could be like low quality grain versus good grain. Good grain could be going to feed people, bad grain feeding animals, like seems to happen in the real world. So it's nice to add another facet to the whole thing. And for those who really want to be good crafters, they can source the best materials and have regular people, like resource gatherers. Like if you're a crafter of really fine weapons, you could have people on your books that are the best at finding the quality resources. They never come with the poor quality stuff, and you can buy them from them. Considering an ironclad has 4 size 3 shields, I'm thinking of focusing on crafting the best shields in the game. Why not? I mean, obviously by that point, whether the ironclad has 4 size 3 shields is yet to be determined, but being specializing is probably going to be a good idea. Where you're not spreading yourself thin, but you're hyper-focusing on one thing and being the go-to person for that. And again, in my org, if you are renowned for making the best of something, there is a benefit to having you. Not that you need to have this kind of skill. It doesn't matter if you don't. The fact is, you're all welcome. But you will be able to sell more, I am sure, within the org and, out of the org, if you are the best at doing that kind of thing. Did base extraction actually be mentioned as a tier? I thought it was Yes, it did. It did. It was mentioned during that Star Citizen Live. I'm pretty sure that they said and base as well. It might have even been base FPS and something else, but I'm pretty sure they did. Riggsy, SB, just make sure you have a landing pad right in the middle of your base for your BMM. It's like, here comes Riggsy. Is the backpack update live? By live, do you mean, is that what we're playing now? It's not live in the live servers. We're still on the EPTU, but the current build does have that update, from what I know. Yes, you can put armor, you can put backpacks inside it, can't you? Thank you, Wonko. Yo, Lady Space, how you doing? Yeah, it's a really good video. I mean, what else do we have other than intention right now, The thing is, you could say so much intention, as you do. But everything they've said up until a certain point was just intention when it first started, and now it's a reality. And then something else they've said is their intention. It's now a reality. So, it's just the way it goes. What they're intending now will eventually become the reality, as has the previous stuff. Architect, how you doing? Did it get a visual overhaul? I've not been on it in years. Well, I have. The city at the end of the demo at CitizenCon looked nice. What's that? The Castra. Store-bought ships are persistent through insurance, but are land claims. Do you just spend in real-life dollars from the shop and use it, but you are abandoned? But if you abandon the land, is the store-bought land? I don't know, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good question. I don't know what they'll do with that. Because obviously you don't have to pay taxes with your land claim if you've had a pre-bought land claim, like a 4x4, 8x8. You don't. I think you get free taxes on that claim, and you can just build where you want. You don't have to, or maybe you have to pay taxes, but you still have to pay taxes, but you don't pay for a fee to buy the land, because you can just go plonk, this is what I want, and then you pay taxes. But yeah, I assume, I don't know what happens if you ditch that. Maybe you can get that land claim back. Like, you ditch it, it gets resold, and then you have to find somewhere else. You get your claim back, but if someone's bought that land that you had prior, you can claim that. That would be the most likeliest, I would think. Travis, how you doing? What happened to the interiors of existing structures and player apartments? So they were working on it from this point upwards, but then when we started hearing about these distribution centers, they pulled off a lot of the developers working, or all the developers, I believe, working on the building interiors to help get the distribution centers out the door for whatever patch it was that they came in. And since then, they have started rolling them back onto the building interior mandate. So I'm hoping they're actually continuing on with this if they haven't been put onto something else. And we should see that soon, because I was really excited for these interiors, especially, hubs and things. You would like to see refinery processes that can take low-quality materials and give out a higher quality for yield penalties. Welcome, Extra. I don't know if that's possible outside of potentially putting in another material to improve the quality. I don't know if they said something about that. But, yeah, I think the quality of material is the quality of material at its, rawest form. and then that will determine what comes out after the process, provided you use certain things to make sure that happens. But I don't know if it's possible to have a poor material and make it a good quality material. I don't think that's possible. You don't really want to be playing Space Yellowstone, Travis? Then you don't have to, my friend. The beauty of Star Citizen is you can do what you want to do and not do what you don't want to do. The categories will be hand, rover, ship, and facility mining material classes. Thank you. They said you have to pay tax on pledge land claim. Yes, yeah. Yo, Mayor, Ice Viper, Cybin, welcome, guys. Earth, yeah, that'll be interesting. Worth mentioning, there is a minor bug where backpack descriptions still state the lower size. Okay, but the actual functionality is in. Secure. They're going to be so useful of the interiors for so much different types of gameplay. And also, I think they mentioned at CitizenCon, in fact, that the interiors... We'll probably first see these interiors used in that sort of dungeon gameplay where you know, regardless of whether it's FPS or industrial stuff, you go in and you go to a certain level, do the mission, be that take out people or fix things, and then you get access to level 2, and then you can come back and go and do level 2, and you can redo level 1, and then it goes level 5, which to me isn't all that exciting, but I can kind of see it being quite a beneficial and interesting rollout, but... that might be where we see the building interiors come first. They haven't said it would be possible to improve materials, only that what you put in is what you get out. Yeah, and I don't think they will allow us to improve poor materials. Maybe to some degree with, like, certain chemicals that you may put in as, like, an accelerator or, you know, in that sense, when it comes to crafting or refining. But, yeah, as it stands right now, I don't think there's a way to improve a poor quality material to make it good. But I could be wrong. The only way to close Star Citizen EPTU is Alt F4 right now. Exit to menu just hangs. Oh, okay. Thank you, Wonko. What I don't like about this inventory change is that they've apparently reduced the storage size in armor to the point that you can't carry... Yeah, I was surprised at that. Like, in the video, I mentioned, like, we know they are working on specific... support armors, and I'm wondering if their intention is that certain, you know, we're going to get a support armor that is to help you specifically carry lots of things. So in order to make sure that that isn't like super overpowered, if you have a combat armor, it's not an armor that is intended to be having pockets and slots. It has like mounts to put, you know, magazines on and things, but not like pockets to put bottles in and stuff, because you're going to be using combat armor to fight. Whereas maybe exploration armor will have more space to hold more things, and then obviously your support armor to carry more will have even more slots. Because if they were to roll it out as it is now, it would have just exponential amount of storage. That's my only thinking on that one. You're going to jump in game and die a few more times. Thanks for the info. Loving the stream. Sure things on. Let me know how you get on. And if you do find yourself in a spot while you're playing where it's like, what am I doing here? By all means, hop back in chat and just ask, and we can help you out. All right. Have fun though. I hope it goes smooth for you. Derim, True Blue, how you doing, guys? The argument is that you have a ship to store your... Yeah, and boxes, absolutely. Like certain armor, and this, again, it will depend specifically on the armor you're using, or on the specific armor you're using. Most armors we have right now are just combat orientated. They're not intended to be carrying a lot of stuff and hoarding a lot of stuff. That's what a backpack's for. There will be specific armor sets that allow you to carry more. We've also seen them for clothing, the pouches and things, and having all these little pockets. It's not like, you know, we're never going to be able to loot places while wearing armor. It's more, it depends on the armor choice and the intention behind it. People need to rewatch the clothing panel. What you wear is... Yes, Interitus. Jinx, absolutely. Do you see the loss of hard-earned crafted gear as something that will ultimately frustrate the player base? I think when all is said and done, everything will make sense and have a purpose and a reason. Initially, losing things without the ability to claim it back or whatnot is going to get frustrating, but there's a reason why there is loss and there is punishment, and that's because they want players to slow down, to think about what they're doing and not just go mindlessly running in. The problem is right now we're playing a work-in-progress game where there's a lot of other systems that aren't appropriately in yet, and we suffer because of bugs. We lose things because bugs, problems, random ganking, and all these other elements, right? Eventually, it'll make sense, and you will find ways to reclaim them back. Insurance, there'll be the kiosk insurance claims. You'll be able to insure your own items anyway, like your weapons and so forth. Or if you've got the blueprint, which you should have because you've used it, as long as you can get those materials back, you can just recraft it again. So, but there needs to be a punishment to losing things. But obviously it depends on the situation of how it was lost. You definitely will pay taxes in high-sec systems for your land claim, and whatever you plonk on it. Are we going to see differential taxation based on purpose? Yes, so residential plots will see a certain type of tax, and I think industrial slots will as well, and maybe even commercial, if you're selling. I think there will be different taxations based on the purpose of what you're building or what you've built. And likelihood is, if you've built a home which isn't earning you money, then the tax will be less than a plot of land where or a building where you're selling from. I think that would be a high likelihood. Yo, Pilk, how you doing? Armor with like a powered axial suit interrogated for carrying more. Yeah, absolutely. There's purpose behind clothing and armor, and we don't have all that yet. But we saw a lot of it at CitizenCon. Yeah, pouches, exactly. Thank you, Draco. I appreciate your appreciation. And as I say, if you've got any other questions, I'll answer them to the best of my knowledge or my expectations for what CIG is going to do. But, I'll also explain whether or not it's just a theory or if it's been said or not. A bit of fluff on my screen. I need a wee anyway. So the next question on this whole thing is... So let's start with regions, or how will bases work on shards? The current plan is to have every base, every plot of land, visible across every shard within each region. There will still be regions that separate based on your locale. And this will also include the functionality of each base. So if you create a shop to trade, that shop will serve every shard, irrespective of whether you are on that shard or you built it on this shard and not this other one. Players will still be able to go and use that location for whatever purpose you've set it up for. The only exception will be raiding and attacking, which can only occur on the particular shard where you have built it with various rule sets, with the main rule set being that you need to be online at that time for that raid to happen. But this is in high-sec locations. In low-sec, I don't know if it's going to work the same. It doesn't kind of sound like it will. It says in lawless areas that you haven't secured any planetary shielding tech, which is this whole, Pyro space station shield game, which I'm not really too bothered about, or set up your own defenses, you will be open to being raided, whether you are online or offline, but you still need to be in the same shard by the sounds of things. So even if you're in Pyro, if you're not on that shard where they're trying to attack you, you can't be raided. But if you are in that location or on that shard in Pyro, you can be raided. But again, you'll have defenses, which kind of makes sense to me. It makes sense that high sec and low sec, the difference is there. Let me just have a wee, and we can just chat about that for a second. We'll talk about planetary shielding and so forth in a second as well. calm and humble. What a classic. Yo, Deep Light. I'm doing fantastic, mate. How are you? Do you think CIG will make ground vertically large structures to rival that of org space stations, skyscrapers, HQs? Make ground vertically... They've shown... welcome, Craig. Like a tower that you can use for base building and having a... even one... Oh, no, that was a space station. But yeah, they've shown a tower. There will definitely be buildings of, like, verticality and so forth, if that's what you mean, just different styles of buildings that are tall. But they will start with this first high-tech style with different buildings in small, medium, large, different purpose buildings for industrial, residential, commercial, and so forth. And then they will increase the type, the styles, the use cases, and likely see things like skyscrapers. Yeah, as Chris says there, the raiding mechanics that we've just spoken about, that's their intention. That's not even like, there's no testing of that yet. That's just how they see it happening at this time without doing any testing. I'm sure as we get that and we start work, they test base building and planetary tech and shielding and raiding and shards and so forth and regions, we'll see this evolve and get ironed out, and whatever needs to be done will be done, right? All hail the chair, re-elected us, how you doing? So when you go mining on a planet, you will be cruising between bases. Not necessarily. It depends on what you want to do. So you could just set out with a vehicle or an FPS mining tool and go mining wherever you want, wherever there's a mineable, be that in a cave, at an outpost, because there are minables at outposts now, or just in the middle of nowhere, or in space. You can just go to wherever you want. Even now, like we do now, you can go and mine wherever the minables are. With base building, you could set up a base to use as a kind of, I don't want to say fob, because it's not militarized, but it's a place where you can log in and out of, you can store the minables, you can collect a group of them, you can even refine them, have people coming and buying them from you. But it depends on the location. Like if you're in Pyro, you might want to be a bit quiet about it, keep the signatures down. But if you're in a place where you're going to benefit from selling it and trading it, then, let people know. Cygnus, welcome. 4.0 might as well go live. My hangar doesn't work, so can't even call a shape. What do you mean in live? I do think they're just going to put it out regardless. Unless something exceptionally bad happens, which, to be fair, hangars not working would be exceptionally bad. But obviously in 4.0, this is a known issue. If you're talking about 4.0, it's a known issue that hangars are problematic, and they wouldn't have released it if it wasn't for the need to gather data. But if you're talking about live, yeah, it's terrible that hangars aren't working in live. 4.0 being no worse than live isn't justification to launch. It needs to be a big milestone to draw a lot of buyers. True, I mean, technically, the tech needs to work. It needs to be as stable as possible for the foreseeable, irrespective of advertising to players. It's just, without this tech, it doesn't work. So the game doesn't work. So they just need to push that out, right? Not push it out. They just need to do what they're doing now, continue optimizing. But I get the feeling that, as we've seen with certain patches, almost every patch of late with this core tech, like persistence in 3.18, 3.24, with hangars, freight elevators, they have caused big problems. A lot of those problems can't be seen until they push it to live, where the vast majority of the players are located. The PTU waves can only reveal so many issues, and they do it incrementally so that they're not just bombarded with too many for a long duration of a patch outage. They try and gate it so that if a problem does come, only a small set of people are suffering in a testing phase until they get to live. And then technically, post 4.0, once we get all this core tech done, when they roll out a new patch with big things coming in, it's not going to be core tech rolling in. So it's not going to be breaking everything. It'll be gameplay features that will break certain things, absolutely. But it's not going to be fundamental back-end systems that completely stop people from playing. It's just going to be smaller, more itemized, localized issues with a certain feature. But yeah, until they push 4.0 to live, they're not going to know what problems could be lying in wait. Because even an open PTU will only have a certain amount of a certain percentage of the backers playing. Most people don't play the PTU, even open PTU. You know, they're just like, I'm just going to wait for live. In general patch rollouts. For something like 4.0, I'm sure it'll balance itself out where a lot of people will play 4.0 because they're excited on the PTU. But even then, I think more people in this case are waiting for it to go live because they don't want spoilers and they want to experience all that with jump points and Pyro in live rather than on a PTU. So, yeah, hopefully, yeah, the most recent patches, I mean, obviously this one's a bit of an exception, but the most recent patches, they have been making huge steps forward with it. And as much as it can be up and down with each patch, we could have a patch that is completely a pile of crap, and then the next patch it fixes those issues. You don't know from patch to patch. It's too hard to say. But this patch is bad. Intentionally. Not intentionally bad, it's just bad because they didn't have time to fix the issues before they wanted to push it out so that the networking team can gather the data to the changes. But the next patch after this will hopefully have those fixes in. They will have gathered the data and they can continue to optimize and improve. So, yeah, I kind of feel like put it out anyway. Push it, see how it goes as quick as possible, really, so that they have more time with a live, realistic example of what's gone wrong, so that they can then fix that before the majority go on holiday. Because otherwise, if they leave it right to the end and then put it out to live, there isn't going to be enough time. But on that case, they might just be like, let's just leave it in PTU. Welcome back, Jocko. Coaches, welcome. Coaches. What a great song by Audio Slave that is. Man, I always put that on. Someone's probably heard that so many times now. Of course, Ice Viper. Again, if you've got any more questions about it, we'll keep talking about it. A mining camp. Yes, absolutely. Of course, when the way I see it happening in the org long term is we'll have a headquarters, which will probably be it might be at the SMB town or in a private location that's a bit more heavily secured. I don't know. But we will have a place where people in the org or friends of the org can call in and say, oh, we've just found this huge area of resources in Pyro or wherever, sending you the coordinates now. Because we'll offer finder's fees. And then we'll send out a recon team. We'll send out security teams, depending on what we need to look for. Like a recon team might go out and see what is there, make scans, get photos of the land so that we can see what's around of the terrain and what's available there, and then determine what we might need to build an outpost. It might be that there's only a few resources that can be gathered within a few hours, so there's no point in building anything. There might be a place where there's resources that will take days, weeks, if not longer, to mine on scale, and then we'll send out security, we'll send out pioneers or whatever to build places to log in and out of, and storage and garages and medic stations and security stations, you know, all sorts of things. So yeah, even, you know, mining camps and stuff will be a thing. Do you plan to have support bases in just one area? Oh, no. They'll be all over the place, Duck Force. Yeah, we don't speak a 318. They will be everywhere. So, it's... what I plan... I don't plan to have a headquarters or a foothold in every single system. Deacon, thank you so much for the gift sub, my friend. Beers and party. But logistically, oh shit, I just closed it. But logistically, we will have outposts, relevant build. I've just logged out of it. What an absolute tool. Bear with me. I pressed the wrong button. They're obviously so... that's not the right. What's my Streamlabs ID? Don't know. Don't know my Streamlabs ID. And I've logged... Oh, hang on. What was I logging in there with? Aye. I blame Deacon. It's that email. It must be my email. Forgot password. Let's just do it this way. Okay. It must be my other email. Never mind. Did that work? I'll see if I receive an email, but... Oh, hang on. Oh, no. I don't know why it's not recognizing my email. Oh, I need to give it 10 seconds, that's why. I'm doing it too fast. I'll leave it for now, but thank you so much for the beers and party there. Let's drop them in there. Just, yeah, pressing the wrong button since 2012. What a dope. Timothy, enjoy. Where was I? Solar Warden, how you doing? I'm late. Did they release another patch? Yes, 2. And technically, no, it's not going well because this patch... There are 2 very fundamental problems or bugs that they're aware of, but they just wanted to get it out there so that the networking team can gather the data. Hopefully there'll be a new patch today. I'm assuming we haven't had a message of the day yet, but hopefully there'll be a new patch today that will fix those issues and further push. The current build was intentionally put out with there specifically so data can be gathered. Yeah, they said so themselves. Yeah, the 4.0 build we have right now is known to be spicy, as they put it, not fun, not to be played and enjoyed. Selling data on locations is going to be a big boost to exploration gameplay. Yes, it's going to be one of the main, it's probably going to be a bit of the bread and butter of exploration gameplay is scanning, you know, pieces of land and figuring out what's on that land so that you can then sell that location to others or keep it for yourself. Absolutely. Yo, Knights of the Dice Table. How you doing? Welcome. There's too much talk of 318 going on in chat. We need to stop that right now. Rockeye 07. 319 was not all that much of an improvement. No, it was... you know, like I said in the past, Cruz, a friend of the channel, he told me a couple of years back, he says, when this stuff starts rolling out, it's going to get bad. In the sense that there will be new bugs that they couldn't foresee. He was hoping it would be a bit smoother, but 318, 319, 324, these have been problematic patches because of the issues, you know, this Cortex stuff. 4.0 may be the same. I'm really hoping it isn't. I'm really hoping, and they've sort of said so much along the words of a lot of the legwork has been done with those problematic patches to get this working. So this is less complicated. It's easier, but still complicated. I can't remember what they said exactly, but I'm hoping that when 4.0 does go live, it is going to be in a good state with just a little bit of things needed doing here and there. But at the same time, there could still be problems. I mean, we're still getting instancing problems with hangers and so forth. So we'll see. Sunk Shark, good morning, sir. Wave 2 up until this patch is great, but this patch is notoriously and intentionally, not intentionally, but you know what I mean. It's known that it's a problem. Not sure how that would work out in Star Citizen, but I've played in a popular UO shard. I can't think of what that is. Where was great, this very well done system that there was a way you could go over the maximum skill level on certain crafting skills. What it mostly did was it just increased your chance to craft better quality items, but there was this chance to make, oh, I see, like a random thing to it. I don't know about that, because ultimately we're not in a skill tree, and it's the stats. It sounds, which I'm not a fan of, so this might work in that sense, real, but it sounds like all being equal, you know, same quality material, same blueprints of whatever tier, unless the process of how you do it has some skill to it, which I assume it will, there's always going to be a cap to how good something can be. Tier 5, best materials, that's the best you're ever going to make. That's the best anyone else will ever make. But I'm hoping that the process of crafting, and I certainly expect this, will have elements in there, like we see with mining, like we see with salvaging, where skill is important, and managing certain things, and doing it in a certain way that will yield those results. And if you do it wrong or you make a mistake, you know, you're punished for it, in the sense of it's not going to be the best of the best. So I would like to see that kind of thing where there is not just a cap, and this is the best you're ever going to make based on the materials you've gathered. I think that would be cool to have that skill element to crafting. And like I say, I believe that will be the case. Aiden, how you doing? I think a lot of their issues are related to their data. Yes! In fact, in regards to their database, the issue, from what we understand, is from the provider of that database, which isn't in-house. It's a third party who reassured them that it'll be fine. It happened, and it didn't scale appropriately as they were told it would. And we heard Chris kind of put out a bit of a warning to this company saying, if they can't fix it, they've got their best engineers. If they can't fix it, we'll go elsewhere. But we're also looking at the potential of building our own database. And I think long-term, they will build their own bespoke database to do exactly what they need it to and scale appropriately. But for now, thankfully, the majority of the main issues have been handled, but I'm sure there are still going to be problems with it. So yes, I think absolutely they will need to build their own eventually. But I think they're also like, that's long-term post-server mesh, you know, rather than let's delay server. I think they knew that if they were to push server meshing and all this other core tech back so that they could build their own database, people would just be like, nah, I'm done. Would love for you to do a whole show on that server meshing link there. Server meshing link? What's that, sorry? Oh, Ultima Online, thank you. I actually was one of the lucky few ever to get into that, which shall remain unnamed, and from within it wasn't bad, but the evidence of how broken it was plain to see. What's this for, Rimoy? Sorry, I'm not sure what we're talking about here. I think I've farted or something, and my brain is just completely lost. Yo, VidBlitz, Tempathy, welcome. Release the junk. I'm down for OpenPTU with whatever they got before they go on a break. Yeah, I think at the very least, they'll push it to OpenPTU, just so that, you know, people can experience it and help regardless. But I do feel like they're just going to bump it out to live. Not sure how this would fit in Star Citizen, but since we are getting crafting in Star Citizen, I would like to see possibly to name the items. Yeah, that might be nice. If it doesn't confuse the actual item itself, of course. But yeah, interesting. Yes, most likely to do with their persistence coaches. I think the server degradation is quick in certain servers due to the amount of entities. You know, they've got this more aggressive culling system now as well to cull ships around LZs and other items, which is probably more extreme than it will be in the eventual, you know, end game. Once they've optimized it more. But yeah, a lot of it is based on just the amount of entities that are being spawned and how that can drain the server frame rate. I think we will get something skill based on it. Yeah, I do. I really do for crafting. Also, gear is max tier 3. That's right, yeah. Good point. For those who don't know, only ships and vehicles can go up to tier 5 in terms of upgrading. Everything else is tier 3. It doesn't go beyond that. Yeah, I suppose there is more to the whole unique skill, so you can get a better handle on it. That'll improve your recoil, but not necessarily your fire rate. It is dependent on what you are upgrading. Captain Pims, how you doing? 7. Only variables there seems to be in crafting is quality of material and research level of blueprint, and those are set in stone, so others could make the exact same thing. Yes, but again, I do feel like there will be a skill element in the actual crafting process of how you go about crafting it and what you're putting into it, and managing things like levels of heat or exposure to a certain chemical, you know, that kind of thing, just to kind of bring a little bit more of a nuance to it. Yo, Colin, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, labeled boxes. Man, when that day comes, that's going to be a real win, isn't it? Being able to label a box properly. Ugh. Yeah, that's been a pain in the ass. Oh, we've been needing that for a long while. Oh, hang on. I can log in with Twitch. I think that's how I used to do it. Choose output directory. Where is that? There? Oh, no, 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 no. Content creation. That'll be what it is. Twitch. Not Deepbot. Oh, I can't remember for my stream labels where I send it to. Bear with me. Made a right foobar here. It's donation train. It's not donation train. It is daily subscribers. Or session subscribers, I think it's called. Session subscriber count. That'll be it. What were we up to? Was it 10, wasn't it? I think it seems to have saved it. There we go. I'm not seeing it now, but I think that will do it. Let's just see if it actually pops that up on screen. Yeah, okay, that's working. Whew! All right, we're back. Is there a database of all these release dates and versions for Star Citizen? I think there are certain community ones that have been made. Or you could just go on the actual website and go to the roadmap and it'll tell you when each patch was released and what was in each patch. The patch release viewer, I think it's called. You hope they spend more time making it stable. I think, like, I agree. So, when it comes to 4.0, that's what they're doing now with the time they have. They're making it as stable and optimized as possible, seeing what the issues are, fixing them, also testing new network changes, configurations of server meshing, you know, players on the mesh and the amount of servers in each system. They're doing all this testing now and optimizing. And the fact that they're not just trying to fix things that have broken and actually testing other areas tells me more that they are on the path to releasing it live by the end of the year. Otherwise, they'll just be chasing the tail all the time. But it looks like they're actually trying to just do some extra optimizing and tests to see if there's any other wins they can bring in, and then they will roll it out to the rest of the waves. Because, as I say, with each wave that comes out, that's when some issues that could not be seen on the previous wave get revealed because of the increased player count. So when it goes live, like I say, there's exponentially more players jumping into live than on the PTU. So inevitably there's going to be issues revealed. But they won't see that until they put it out to live. So I think it's kind of a bit of a balancing game of trying to optimize as much as they can, bug fixing the issues that are revealed now and optimizing the issues that are cropping up now. But then when they push it live, sure, there's going to be problems. But hopefully they're problems that can be taken care of within the time space they have before they go on the holiday break. Hopefully. 318 from leaving the hub and trying to do stuff, it was a struggle. Everything looked beautiful and wonderful, but everything was a struggle. Yeah, it was with 318. Just wait until we can make our own bases, then the servers will die. Yeah, hopefully by that point they'll have done a lot of optimizing as well, so that it can be expected. Static Pop, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I know, Solar, but you know, it's this double-edged sword of even live is a test build, right? They try to make it as solid as possible, because we play it and we enjoy playing it, and we play it as somewhat as a finished game in our heads, which is where a lot of the difficulties come from, because it's like it breaks, and that's annoying. So ultimately, every single patch they put out, regardless of whether it's PTU or live, it's still a test build, and it still needs to be tested. So they'll try and make it as solid as possible before it goes live, but going live, we'll probably see a lot of issues. To me, this is the most important patch we will see for a long, long while. This has been on the cards for God knows how long, for years, literal years, like half a decade, maybe more. They've been working towards server meshing. So if they need to put it out to live, to see that information, to just gather that data and then fix from there, do it. Because I'm not here for the alpha, I'm here for the finished game. If they put it out and it's a mess, fine, whatever, but keep working on it, of course, as they will do. Hopefully, like if they put it out to live and it is an absolute S show, then they will, and they don't have the time to fix it, they'll reel it back to open PTU so that we have something stable to play with, because they know we want to play. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword. It's a constant balancing act. Yeah, so ambivalent when it comes to stability. Exactly. Base building and crafting will become the introduction to Star Citizen players to CIG's interpretation of grinding. In many ways, it will. It'll also be a great money sink where it'll cost a lot of money to, UEC credits to build and do stuff. Oh, we've got a message of the day. We are currently cooking a new 4.0 build for the release to the EPTU later today with the intention of opening up to further waves. We have more networking and interaction delay updates today, and the goal is to test hangar spawning on all shards. That's amazing. That's incredible. So, if that's the case, if it reveals that spawning in the hangar is better than spawning in the hubs, we no longer have to spawn in hubs and take trains and elevators. We spawn in the hangar. We just spawn in the hangar, which you can personalize, make your own little space. Hopefully they'll give us a bed if for those who don't have a bed. That is great news. So yeah, all this work they've been gathering, all the data they've been gathering with this last patch. Hopefully it sounds like there's more to come in terms of networking optimizations for that, with the interaction delay and other things. And yeah, hangar spawning. More waves. Now, when it gets to wave 2, when it gets to wave 1, really, sometimes, there is like an average, of course, but sometimes they will skip other waves. I can't imagine they'll do it for a 4.0 build. But I wouldn't be surprised if they skipped wave 3, wave 4, and just went to open. But then, at the same time, I think they will probably utilize the waves just for the sake of this being a really big build with a lot of moving parts. So, but anyway, that is holy fudge sums that up in a very, family-friendly way. Eric, how you doing? You're no computerologist, but I say take 100 mil and just buy 2,000 more servers. When in doubt, performance by brute force. Yes, I think you've revealed that you're not a computerologist in that statement, Eric. How you doing, by the way? Yeah, that's good news, though. That is great news. Yeah. We know you're joking. Right? Technically, you won't need a bed. You know, true. That's a good point. You just spawn in there, don't you? No, that's a very good... That's a light bulb moment right there for me, Deacon. Thank you. Why do you need a bed if you're going to spawn there anyway? Oh, I'm such an idiot sometimes. Oh, Beth, how you doing? Man, that would be amazing. I feel like so much playtime is lost when running. Yeah, and how many problems do we have with trams? A lot of the reasons why we can't play Star Citizen, and a lot of the reasons why I stop when I just start, is because I cannot be bothered running. Oh, actually, let's put on the more recent Squadron one. I cannot be bothered running to the tram, to the elevator, dealing with all that, getting my ship. By the time I get into my ship, I'm like, you know what, I can't be bothered anymore. So, yeah. That would be great news. That's one of the best messages of the day we've had in a long run. I'm just trying to find the other Star Citizen thing. The other Squadron 42. Because this is so old now. Let's go with... the gameplay reveal, because it was so cool. If we're going to put one of them on, we might as well have that one. Oh, does it say hang a bed required for logging out? Does it actually say that one, Cole? Yo, Fozio, how you doing? How would you say things have gone after CitizenCon? They've gone really, really well. At the end of the day, we are on the cusp of 4.0 releasing. I'm a stoic person. It takes a lot for me to cry. It really does. A little less now that I'm a father, but I feel that when 4.0 goes live, I will be feeling quite emotional. I'm not saying I'll cry. I don't think I'll cry, but I will feel pretty emotional about that. Because, you know, as many of us have been here for a lot of years, the road to 4.0, the actual road, oh, was that you, Wonko? Has been like this, with a lot of big, deep, you know, divots, big highs, but it's been a constant, like, carrot stick thing. Some people will think it's intentional, so they can sell more ships, which is illogical, but it is just the way it's been. Now that we are on the cusp of it actually getting to that point, it is, like, otherworldly. And I'm getting that sense of the original nostalgic Star Citizen when I first backed feeling again, which is strange. I didn't expect that to happen. Hard to convey sarcasm online. Yeah, thank you, Eric. No, sarcasm is very much welcome. I do love it. It's the highest form of wit, in my opinion. I know it would take out the immersion, but I honestly think you should make it to where you can spawn into a friend's hangar you are in a party with. It would make the... Yeah. To be fair, if you logged out in a certain bed in a certain area, you should be logging back into it, right? That's technically how it will hopefully work in the long term, especially when it comes to other players' ships. So if you log out in someone's hangar, if that player is online or they've given you permissions, then you could log back into them. Whether they do that or not is obviously different for the gameplay reasons. But yeah, you never know. Yo, Midnight, how you doing? Best news this year. Some people don't have all day. What's that, sorry? As in, the hangar. Yeah, no, absolutely. The problem with the tram is they keep them... No, the problem with the tram is it's an old system. The actual network transit system is an old system that cannot really be maintained. And they're refactoring it. Once they've refactored it, they'll have complete control over it. It'll be bespoke to what they need. They'll be able to maintain it and optimize it, and then it won't be a problem anymore. But until that point, we're suffering with anything transit related, be that trams, elevators, ATCs. Cypher UK, welcome. I can't wait for everyone's reaction when 4.0 goes to PTU and everyone chance to try it when they get the experience of the wormhole for the first time. Yes. Yeah, talking of the wormhole, Deep Light, you cried the first. The first time I went through a wormhole in 4.0 was on stream, and I certainly felt very emotional about it, right? It was to a lot of us, this has been kind of on the forefront of our minds for a long time. I know it's just a game. It is just a game, but it's also been my life for almost 12 years, and it's been my job, my full-time job. Well, it's been my job since 2014, but it's been my full-time job since, what, 2020? Like, everything has been Star Citizen related in some fashion. So, yeah, I'm invested. Pashed, thank you so much for the 22-month resub. What am I on about? 22 months. Thank you for the raid of 22 viewers. I'm losing my brain. Exclamation DEF, please. Fight back. How was your stream, sir? Was it good? We only get softer once we get daughters. Yeah, it's so true. I watched Interstellar again a while back. First time I saw it, no emotion. This time, I was bawling. How you doing, Pashed? Welcome. I used to have a friend at school called Pashley. That was his surname. He had a bit of a clubber foot when it came to football, but he tried. It was a funny time, but he enjoyed it. How do you look at the game idea suggestion of having a memorial stone somewhere for everyone? Do you mean for actual people who have in real life died, not like your death in game? I think that would be really nice. There are already, like, Rikers and other places have been dedicated to certain community members, so that would be kind of cool, like a wall, like a war memorial where their name, if they do pass, and it's been put forward by the community, by whoever, for whatever reason, putting that on there, that would be kind of cool. That'd be sweet, and it'll be a place for people to go and visit the people who they knew. You have no idea how close I was to crying last year when they showed Squadron, and then what? This year we got the date, and it was like, I can hold those tears back a little longer. Was really good. A cool Space Marine stream doing a bit of propaganda for Star Citizen. Sounds good, my friend. Armageddon. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know about that one. That might send me over the edge. Mornstar, welcome. I can't play anymore with the green soup they call space. Do you not like the backdrop? You'll have to live in Pyro. You'll just have to live in Pyro. It's gorgeous. How permanent is the hangar spawn thing going to be? Feels like a temporary... Yes, it will be a temporary arrangement. Well, what will happen is they will open up opportunities for other areas. I think they will allow us... Eventually, we're going to be able to log out and in technically everywhere, even without a bed. That's where Chad said they're going to. Now, I'm sure there will be restrictions to that. But... we should be able to log out in our hangar. We should be able to log out in our habitation, house, room, base. It's more that it's going to expand rather than decrease. Found me in 2020 and been subbed and hooked ever since. Thank you, Deep Light. Tip, I've gotten used to getting the tram and the flying sideways clipping into the city. Yeah. So those fond memories of seeing the underworkings of the planet. Flipping heck. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King always gives you a lump in your throat. Which bit? I can't think of that. Just like Facebook can turn your page into a memorial, Star Citizen turn your account... Yeah, that would be a really nice idea. It'll ruin your moment, that's for sure, yeah. Dendra, how you doing? 07. Yeah, Tempathy, we have just started chatting about that, my friend. We are... well, I am very excited to see where this is going to go. Yeah, there are so many bits that will be... yeah, it's... every day now, since 4.0 has hit the PTU, I've been checking religiously on an evening to see, Spectrum chat, or Eva Catty, and then the announcements, just to see... when the patch goes live, or when it pushes out, and what the notes are, what the new things are. Oh man, I can't take it anymore. Direwolf, how you doing? You're planning to have your main account at Stanton to make the money, and my alt account in Pyro to loot. Sounds like a good plan, my friend. I think they're referring to the new spacescape. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But they kind of, well, they made it green and slightly odd, but they've adjusted it since, and I like it. But yeah, each to their own, you know. I mean, if the space background of a particular system in a potential game with multiple systems is going to stop you from playing, then you need to have a word with yourself, to be honest. But there will be plenty of locations where you can live. You bowed to no one. Was that the bit Foghorn, do you think? I get chills every time I watch the Squadron 42 reveal sequence of him. The bit where he went, go, got me chilled. Yeah, that's it. He's not caught up on his Reddit. They changed the skybox to a much nicer visual ages ago. Starfinder, how you doing? Welcome. I am Trader Gator. How you doing today? Have you seen the alternative cut YouTube citizen channel's parody on the Squadron trailer? No, I haven't. No. I'll have to check it out though. We win, Tracy. You're crying now, you Sandman. Will CIG start selling sleeping bags? Yes, well, I don't want to start selling sleeping bags, but so firstly, sleeping bags were seen in during like a phase of whatever patch rollout. Sleeping bags were seen in a leak in the files. So yes, I think there's going to be sleeping bags. Absolutely. In fact, they've spoken about camping things and the ability to do that a while back. But when it comes to logging out, a bed is not going to be necessary in the future. They will provide your character with like a well-rested buff when you log back in again, but they're not going to be necessary. Which at first I was a bit like, oh, I don't like that, because it's unrealistic, but it's actually very beneficial. In a game like Star Citizen, where it does take ages to do everything, the one thing that annoys me about playing Gran Turismo is that, not Gran Turismo, Grand Theft Auto, was that in order to log out of the game and save your progress, you had to go back to a bed. It required me to then drive. I couldn't just be like, oh my god, my daughter's crying, or Rachel needs me, or I need to go to bed. You have to do this long-winded-ish kind of thing to go and, you know, get out of the game. So, for Star Citizen, as a full-time player of Star Citizen and a father now, having the ability to just be like, I'm going to log out. Obviously, there will be some other elements to consider, like whether you are local to someone about to attack you or not, but even still, you will be able to log out. Trader, thank you so much for the 35-month resub. Beers and party, please. Don't know if that was English. It sounded a bit mumbled. It does, Chris. I didn't expect that, but it certainly does change your emotional threshold. Yeah. Star Citizen, Squadron music, definitely. The question about Squadron is, who died in the F8, eh? What do you mean? Well, at the end of the day, I agree. I think they should just sell whatever they want to sell. It is up to us whether we buy it or not. You know, buying a sleeping bag, buying a weapon or whatever isn't going to make you a better player. So, yeah, I'm absolutely okay for that. Just a bug, I suspect, with the Starlancer bed dirt. I like the idea of you going to sleep when you leave the game. Yeah, me too. That's the thing. That in my head, it's like that. I like that, but in reality, having the ability to log out in an easy way is good. Lord, how you doing? Being able to log out and back in where you are is huge. Also great to make people not just back. Yeah, and in fact, one thing that I'm really happy about with the hangar logging in and out is that when I was off-gridding, I craved playing because I was logging straight back into Astor's clearing. I woke, you know, my character woke up. I was really eager to play. I logged in, my character woke up. I walked into the cockpit of the Vulture, and you're just met with this beautiful forest, sunny day. You know, it was like, that makes me want to play. When I had to respawn back at a space station, or not space, sorry, a landing zone, and I had to go through that, it puts me off playing. Which is silly, because it's just a little bit of a, you know, an extend. It's annoying, but it put me off playing. So when I was off, that's why I enjoyed off-gridding so much, and that's why I put that video out where I was like, I've been off-gridding, I've been living off-grid in Star Citizen all this time, you know, because I was, and it was making me want to jump in and play and record, and Yeah, so bypassing all of that nonsense with the transit system, which again is somewhat temporary because eventually the transit system will be fixed, and actually going through the cityscape and seeing all the social stuff happening and actual things being realistic is going to be interesting. But bypassing all that in the alpha, where transit is a main contributor to problems, is a big benefit. Topper, how you doing? Chris was the first to use barracks sleeping bunks as a save spot in the old X-Wing game in the 90s. You feel all nice. No, not today, Dirtbag. Today, it's... the build is notoriously bad because of the networking things. There's a couple of bugs with the inventory and the hangars that are known about that can really just make the build not enjoyable. It's this build that we have right now is intentional for gathering data, which hopefully means this patch that comes out will have a lot of improvements there. Yeah, log out in a pilot seat. Just log back in again, you're like, power on, let's go. Buying more stuff doesn't make you a better player, absolutely. But if you share the fun with community, it makes you a better member. Like, I love to do this with people trying out... Yeah, you're not alone on that, Jocko. A lot of people love helping others, new players and so forth, and that's beautiful. Right now, being able to log into the last place you landed, no matter where you logged out, is really useful. Yeah, unless you fall through the planet, of course. Yeah. Yeah, the continuity makes you feel connected. Yeah, otherwise you're just logging in and out and, backspacing, absolutely, or F4 him. I don't like the idea of people's avatars turning into NPCs. I don't, like, firstly, they don't need that, right? They create their own NPC social, to a great, and it will be an even better standard once they fix all these issues with servers. That was a funny moment. They don't need players to automatically become NPCs. Morgo, how you doing? Once they get logging in general stable, so bed logging in a ship, logging in your hangar, etc., the broad logout will enable living on my ship. Yes, absolutely. Welcome, by the way, mate. And Gilanth, welcome. Small quality of life improvement can make or break a game. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. When the F are we going to get control surface? Yeah, I don't know. It only just occurred to me somewhat recently that, when we saw that sneak peek of what I said is not a new MISC ship, it's a controllable surface, and a lot of people were like, yeah, you're right, you've hit that one on the head, you're right. Turns out it was the Star Lancer. It was a new MISC ship, and I was completely wrong. Thankfully, nobody mentioned it, but I was surprised because I thought it was going to be the control surfaces. I think they said, like, we've heard about the updates coming to master modes and flight and combat and stuff. They've said post 4.0 and CitizenCon, so once 4.0 goes live now that CitizenCon's finished, we will start to see, with those extra patches, more updates to flight. Most likely the changes to master modes before they start working on the actual atmospheric stuff, but I think 4.0 onwards we'll start to see the rollout of actual control surfaces and proper atmospheric flight. I wouldn't know this build was bad unless I read the... and I don't think a lot of people do read the patch notes, so you see it in chat sometimes where they're like, oh my god, like capital letters complaining about this issue, and it's like, yeah, they flipping told you about it. What are you doing? But because they didn't read the patch notes, they're just going off on one. Oh, I don't remember Chris saying that, but yeah, that would be a terrible idea about ships autopiloting back to a hangar. Logging in at your hangar is a good default, but they should create real reasons to go to the city. Oh, absolutely, and they will, Not to mention, you will have your own actual home, your own apartment, or house in a city, as well as, like, they've spoken about, not necessarily a big feature to draw you in, but the social AI vertical slice, which is their sort of gold standard of what it's going to be like in a social environment like a city or somewhere like that with proper Walla. NPCs reacting and doing things as you would expect them to. So there will be things to do there, even trading, finding things, you know, missions. There'll be missions local to cities as well. So there's going to be a lot of draw to go to cities, but I think, personally speaking, and I'm sure a lot of you will agree, we're just sick of these cities for the time being because of how much time it takes to navigate through them when you just want to get to your ship and go. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the cities per se. I love the cities, and I think, you know, I look forward to seeing them expand. But I personally, being able to spawn in the hangar as a temporary thing, not necessarily an end thing, you know, but it's just going to make life in the alpha so much better. Yo, Trip, how you doing? Yeah, always read the patch notes. Grizzly, welcome. You were sad when the mule driver died. In what? What's this in? What are we talking about? Yeah, maybe wave 3. They did say expand it to more waves. They didn't specify what wave, but obviously, naturally, you would assume it's going to be wave 3. They could skip, but yeah, maybe they won't. I'm so sorry to hear that, True Blue. Understandable completely, mate. And yeah, hopefully she's kicking its ass. 9 months to go before you know a lot. No, of course, mate. Thoughts are with you, my friend. If the apartment at least was our own and we could decorate it. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the main draws to cities, is having your own apartment. Absolutely. M1207, welcome. Going to the cities will be great when it is limited to needing a specific thing there. Yeah, or a mission, you know. I don't think the issue is even with these cities and the time navigating them. It's the time navigating them when the... Yeah, no, that's what I mean about it being in an alpha. And the transit system specifically. That's the problem right now, is that it causes so much headache. So bypassing that until the transit refactor is finished is just a quality of life improvement that I think everyone will appreciate. Interesting tech problem handling player logouts, because it takes real-world dollars to do extra processing for every player that disconnected short or long term. Yeah, but I think that data is important, isn't it? Going to cities will be great when there's actual content there, yeah. Not just glorified shopping mall. No, absolutely. Quarter 1 and Quarter 2 will be resource network, transit system refactor, and fixes for Pyro. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, the transit system refactor was intended to be a 4.0 initial release thing, but they pulled off the people. Let me rephrase that. They took the people who were working on that, the engineers working on that, off to help support the server meshing fixing. Steady. So that's why that got put on hold. And I agree with it. I think, you know, let's focus on server meshing. Get that done. Get it out the door so that we can at least push forwards with a solid foundation. Of course, we still have dynamic to do, but they're partially on the way there. I do have to pop off soon. Stuff to do. When I am likely to hear anything from you? After the stream, I will go to the website and send you that ship. So yeah, as soon as I've finished streaming, I'll take your information and I'll just send it to you, and it'll probably email you saying that you've received a gift. Yeah, so we can technically leave our stuff in our hangar. Unfortunately, there is a bug where things do get somewhat cleaned up at times, and I think when there is a wipe or a new patch, you have to store everything. I think there's certain things, maybe everything that needs to be stored, but hopefully from 4.0 onwards, if we're logging into our hangar in 4.0 and we can decorate our hangars and we're not getting as many wipes going forwards, then they can truly become our own personal spaces. Yeah, throughout 2025, of course, there's a lot of systems that needs to be worked on, not to mention just the continuous optimization of server meshing and eventually dynamic. But there's a lot of stuff that's held up by server meshing, like the bounty stuff, you know, bounty hunting and things. which I suppose isn't held up by server meshing as such. It's more the transit refactor more than anything. But we should see quite a good significant increase in development and things coming out 2025 after, I suppose, teething issues with 4.0. Yes, I do have a Discord. Sandman, can you drop a link to the Discord, please, in YouTube chat? I imagine they are seeing a large drop-off in players waiting for the... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, So on the run-up this year has been very up and down. Probably the most significant up and down that I have seen. Early on in the year, post-CitizenCon, I've seen the biggest numbers I had ever seen. Viewership, money, that kind of stuff. And then, obviously, there was a huge dip where the numbers drop massively. I'm talking like huge scales. Again, fiscally and viewership-wise. And it's only now that it started going up again. So we knew with certain things like master modes and all these other things going on that the player count dropped to the lowest numbers we'd ever seen. Not to mention, on top of that, they're just bored of waiting for 4.0. A lot of people are saying they'll wait until 4.0 before they come back. Now it's on the cusp of releasing. We're seeing people come back, and the numbers are going up. So it's exciting right now. And yeah, when people get the knowledge of a wipe happening, of course, it stops people from wanting to play. And again, it's another double-edged sword. You've got people not being told, complaining because they didn't know it was coming. They've spent all that time playing and building and having fun, acquiring all these things, and then it wipes and gets gone. And then if they tell people, they stop playing so they don't get as much data. Like I say, I would rather know and plan accordingly than not know, but there's double-edged to that one. You purchased some new ships yesterday, but waiting for 4.0 stability because of wipe. Still wanted to support. Yeah, I mean, I'm still upgrading stuff. You do what you want to do. At the end of the day, you're not beholden to anyone's opinion but your own. If someone's like, I'm not buying anything until 4.0, good for you. Don't. If that's how you feel, that's your choice. I respect that opinion. I'm still going to buy shit. Irrespective, right? It's not up to anyone to tell you where you should and shouldn't spend your money. Zirius, welcome. Just wanted to be more playable and not being able to do much at all on any of the... Yeah, absolutely. This has been one of the hardest years for gameplay because of these quite significant patches where they are causing sort of game-breaking issues. It has been the same for everybody. We have all had issues that have stopped. I've not played as much this year as I did maybe last year. But what I'm hoping is that 4.0 and server meshing and these issues can start to get more rectified, and we see more people playing and actually enjoying it and having fun. Yeah, everyone's in a similar place, I think. You've been a backer for a while. After CitizenCon, I came back to get reacquainted with the game again, since it has been quite a while. Unfortunately, my game runs way worse. Yeah, hopefully, again, with optimizations and things like server meshing as well, we can start to see more performance, which... I mean, I am doing in the 4.0 build, but it's hit or miss depending on where I'm going, because there's, things like points of interest need optimizing and so forth, but... We've got to get through this first, this whole server meshing aspect, before everything else can start to come along, I think. You have to admit you have played less Star Citizen than last year, but still more Star Citizen than any other game I currently... Yes, same. Right, next question, next information on... We're talking base building and crafting, by the way. I'm trying to keep myself on track with this, because there's some cool stuff about it, and I keep getting distracted. No fault of your own, just, me. How will planetary shields work in high versus low security systems? Now, the plan for shield tech is that if you have it, then your base is immune to attack, and there will actually be 2 layers of shielding. You've got firstly the air shields, which is your planetary shielding that'll protect it from bombardments, and then they call it shields that hug the building themselves, kind of like what we saw with signed distance field shields on ships, which will keep you safe as well. If you are in a location that doesn't have the air shields, the signed distance style hugging shields will still be an option if you buy them, build them. And the only way that people can actually stop them is by ground assault to take out that generator or whatever's powering the shields. You won't just be able to drop as many bombs as you want on it and expect it to happen, right? Deacon, thank you for gifting Tenpathy a 3-month gift sub. Beers and party, please. Very much appreciated, my friend. I will endeavour not to break Streamlabs or whatever it's called. Press the right button, not flipping log out. Why did they put that next to the refresh button? Thank you, sir. And in lawful locations, so long as you are paying your taxes, you will have that air shield tech, and you will have the support of the UEE or whatever governing body. Like, it's not just there will, for example, we may see in the future if you have a reputation with headhunters or Citizens for Prosperity, and they have air shield tech at their disposal. If you have enough reputation and you're able to build within their locale, you will pay them taxes, and they will protect you. It's not going to be, you know, only here or only here. There's going to be other areas where you can get this stuff. Not to say it's going to be everywhere, but it's not going to be black and white like UEE or nowhere. Same with land claims. Certain areas you won't be able to claim land if it is owned or governed by a certain group of people. Not players, but NPC gangs and groups. Deacon, thank you again for another gift sub there to Tech Zero this time. Enjoy. Keep those beers and parties going. Party bus as well. Much appreciated. I'd like to see an upscale of Stanton to create a bit more big empty at heart. I'm an explorer. As in, like, you want to see the system get a bit bigger. To be honest, I feel like Stanton, even though it's a relatively small system, there's a lot of space out there, which is unexplored. And all it takes is for CIG to put a derelict space station, or a ship with some cool stuff in, or anything, really, out in the middle of nowhere and wait for people who, you know, once we get the scanning tech and whatever the exploration gameplay will involve, the ability to find it. There is plenty of space, even in a system like Stanton, for players to build on, for players to get lost in, you know, out in the middle of nowhere in, to hide things. And of course, with each system we get beyond that, it exponentially grows, not to mention how much bigger Pyro is in comparison to Stanton. Space is big. You just won't believe how, yeah. Even Star Citizen space is big. Maybe not as big as real space, but, you know, well, definitely not as big. Well, not Port Olisar. They're going to do something with Port Olisar, but it won't be like drifted off into the middle of nowhere. It'll just be a random station that may, you know, will tie in with the lore of the verse, but still be kind of there to be found. We'll have random points of interest spawning around Stanton and Pyro for the explorers. Yeah, not to mention, when we get these sectors and... what do they call it? It was part of the Genesis thing. How they expand planetary locations, not even just space locations, but planetary locations where we have sectors, and it begins with a C. What was it called? Sectors of the clusters. Thank you, Fury. So, yeah, we'll have clusters and then sectors. There is going to be a ton of locations planet-side to find, and it's not just going to be, you know, millions or hundreds or thousands of kilometers separate. You're going to be able to get to them and see them and travel to them on foot or in a vehicle. And they could be, even eventually, with persistence and biome accumulation and maelstrom, a ship that crashes into the ground. Most likely player ships. I don't think they'll do it so much with NPC ships, overly compared to player ships. You could be flying around, flying over a redwood forest, and then your ship gets taken out, you die, and it crashes into the forest, and you leave it there and don't go back to it, or maybe someone discovers it years later. It'll be, you know, the maelstrom will deform the planet to the point of where it's shown the impact, and over the course of however long, the environment will take over the ship. It'll age. It'll get more foliage on it. and then someone might stumble upon it, and it'll be your ship from years ago, and you've probably still got the stuff on it that you left there. We'll see those sorts of points of interest as well, just appear, dynamically appearing. They're not even hand-placed or dynamically scattered using rule sets. It is just a player was here, and he crashed here, and his ship's there until someone cleans it up or doesn't, Yeah, there is an exception, as we're seeing now, with their sort of cleanup tech around landing zones. And again, I have seen people saying, and they're somewhat right in the sense that players should be the ones going and actually clearing these locations. But the problem is, partly, we're not doing it right now, and secondly, it's too extreme with the amount of ships that are being left at landing zones that it's killing performance. So naturally, they're ramping up their, what do they call it? My mind today. Whatever it is, the hierarchical system that determines when things should be pulled out or left. They're pulling them out on a more aggressive manner because they need to aid performance. As they optimize things like landing zones and just the tech and planet tech in general, they will reduce the amount of severity that this cleanup tech works on. Density manager, thank you, Tomato King. Yeah, the density manager is what they have to clean up things in a hierarchical way that ships are generally last. Gun casings, bottles. Weezer, thank you so much for the 72-month resub, by the way. Beers and Paddy. How are you doing today? But they're increasing that scale of how fast and how aggressive they clean up. And after about an hour, as APOC was saying, they're cold. That'll decrease. They'll offer the missions to players to go and move it out, Yeah, we'll be able to move it away in the future. Take them to, claiming salvage yards or repo yards. Totally agree with being able to steal or using abandoned ships. Maybe even a way to illegally falsify insurance and ship. So they have mentioned Topper at CitizenCon this year, and they only used the criminal side of things as an example, but I can guarantee the legitimate side will have a similar system. As a pirate or a criminal, you may find or take a ship from someone or an NPC or whatever, and then go and pay to get the ID scratched off and claim it as your own. That is something that they have spoken about. When they were talking about crafting and breaking down a ship, that's a way to get rid of any evidence of stolen goods, but you could pay to get it claimed as your own. And that the same will happen for players in legitimate ways. If there is a ship that has been claimed on insurance, and it's, fair salvage, that kind of thing, there will be a way for players to take the reg tag of that ship and go to a governing body and say, I want to own this ship. Can I claim the rights to it, or the pink slip or whatever, and you pay and own it cheaper than buying it brand new or crafting it, for example. There will certainly be a way to do that. And of course, selling secondhand ships, selling ships in general, you're going to have not paperwork, but some way of permissions, physical and legal ownership of something. That's something that will come along. You can imagine the scattered remains of massive player. Yeah, that's going to be a great way of making money. Look at all this. This is the Maelstrom damage. So all this damage on this ship isn't like hand painted to make it look cool. It is physical damage based on where the ship is hit and by what it's hit with. This is the Maelstrom system in action here. You've got bits down here. You've got bits on the side there, here. In fact, they did say as well, the amount of times I had to re-record this because the turret kept getting blown up that you were in, and they had to kind of redo it. How some moods will be shaped. Some moons will be shaped. What, pot marks and things. Yo, Maron Hoffman, welcome. This turret gameplay was a bit boring from the demo. Anything else was great. Yeah, I think the point of it is to introduce you to game mechanics, as well as the story. So, it's the basic starting, and it was too easy. It was very easy. There will be a ramping difficulty level But yeah, it's just introducing you to the game, you know? You really hope crafted bases are treated the same with, what's that, Topper? Maybe a timer for unclaimed ships and then they become derelict. Yes, that's what they've said actually, Rockeye. They said, although it's not been confirmed as what they'll do, they did say it might be the intention that after a certain amount of time, well, they did say that technically it makes sense. After a certain amount of time that a ship has been abandoned, the power plant of that ship or the battery will deplenish and deplete. Is deplenish? No, deplete. And then it'll technically unlock, and you'll be able to get inside and do what you need to do with it, so that you can salvage it. There will be rules about salvaging, you know, like there'll be a guild rule set where you will be able to, like the radar, like we used to have with game rules, that was a pure way of knowing if a ship was fair game or not, and since that's been taken away, that whole process has been really difficult to determine whether a ship is fair salvage or not. But there will be a way of doing it in the future with the radar and scanning things. His turret canopy blew off. Yeah. They'll have to dial that in, but that's the back side of the Maelstrom system needing to be sort of set up properly for this single-player campaign. Yo, buddy, how you doing? They look familiar, them actors. They do, yeah. Yeah, me too. Have you got any specific things about base building you're looking forwards to? Yes, it's... No, not Stanley Tucci. It's Mark Strong, Gary Oldman, Mark Hamill, Henry Cavill, Gillian Anderson, and many more. Can't think of them all offhand. I'm surprised I even got that far. Oh, Marin Hoffman. Path tracing, you know, global illumination, that kind of stuff is something I am super stoked for. It is just going to look phenomenal. People mistake their speed and slam into the moons all the time. Imagine it will look like 50, yeah, after 50 million hits. It'll look like a moon being hit by comets and crates, you know. Andy Serkis. Yeah, you're not going to know it's Andy Serkis, though. He would have been. I like Stanley Tucci. Seems like a nice guy as well. Sandy Roberts. Yeah, she's in it. Normally fans, welcome. I can't think of the other... There's another female in it who is quite well known. Rona Mitra. Spunky, how you doing? Well, if they're testing this 4.0 build, then wow, best it's played in ages. Hopefully tonight's build will be even better, especially if we can spawn in hangars. Do check their pinned message. Thank you, Sandman. That's what's coming out tonight, hopefully. Yeah, Anna, she's in it as well. As a fan of Kojima games, give me all the story. Plus, yeah, you know, I'm the same. I love single-player, story-driven games. I really do. Obviously, there's not as much longevity to them as something like an MMO, but as the true concierge way, we have both, if we want both. Coming up to the 42nd Squadron, F8 going down in this cinematic. Going down? What, blowing up? Liam Cunningham, yeah. Sir Davos, he will forever be known to me. Yeah, Gary is one of the best actors, you know, full stop. So many films I have seen and had no idea it was Gary Oldman. And I'm not just talking like Churchill, where he had a load of makeup on. It's literally him, plain and simple, in so many films. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't know that was him. That was like my realistic reaction. John Rhys Davis, yeah. Oh, there's another one. Shubin Captain, or Shubin Upper Echelon, I can't remember his name. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Running through the campaign and then living in the universe. Not to mention there'll be two other chapters. Yeah, Gary Oldman in Fifth Element. Ben Mendelsohn, that's the guy. Thank you, yeah. Zorg, yeah. Nemathon, welcome. Yeah, in Leon. Funny enough, when what was Rachel? When Rachel takes any sort of tablets or vitamins or anything, she has a real like. She hates having to take them because it kind of makes her feel like she's going to throw up and choke. So she does this where she goes like that and then drinks. And every time I see it, I'm like, you look just like the guy, from Leon, Gary Oldman in Leon, where he goes. Every time it makes me crack up. Does your wife do that as well? Just because of the whole tablet taking. So funny. Like, I can see it in the corner of my eye when I'm like making coffee or something. She'll go. I'm like, fucking weirdos, absolutely, yeah. No, I'm so happy that Gary Oldman's in this, and I mean, it's not a spoiler because I'm pretty sure it's been revealed, but I don't know if I should say it. Maybe it is a spoiler. I'm pretty sure it's been revealed about his relationship with one of the other cast members, but in the game. I don't know. Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg, welcome, Cave Brother. Is that his true name? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say. Do you have any insight into what base building will be like? Yes. Yes, I do. It's not a spoiler, is it not? I didn't think it was, but yeah, it's interesting for those who want to find out about it. Did you not, Topper? Yeah. So, we know base building is going to involve either claiming land first and buying that land if you are in high-sec security, like Stanton. If you want to build in a certain location, you have to go out with your surveyor tool or whatever, your ship will allow and scale based on the size of land plot you want, and the price of that will increase as well, depending on the size and the shape. And then once you've bought that land plot, you then get, as long as you're paying your taxes for that land plot, you will be under the protection of the UEE or whoever governing body is in control of that space that you've paid. And you'll get shielding, and then you will be, as long as you've got the resources that is required for that building blueprint, so whatever the materials that are needed to build that specific building you want to build, you will then set about doing that with your ship or the surveyor tool, and drones of varying sizes will come out and fabricate that for you over a set period of time, returning to get replenished with materials, going back out again and building. The bigger the drone, the quicker the process, but of course the bigger the plot of the building you want to build, the longer it'll take. Yeah, I mean, if there's anything specific you want to speak about, absolutely. We're going through the Q&A that we had recently in regards to what we heard at CitizenCon, so there's a lot going on. Yeah. I will build my base on high-sec world, but I will still be building walls and turrets and other defense. Yeah, and you should, because as much as the planetary shielding and other shielding will protect you in most scenarios, there's still going to be ways, and there still needs to be ways for them to attack. But it's going to be harder, obviously, in more high-sec locations. Yo, Hawk, how you doing? See, in the Squadron video, the torpedo attack is an alpha strike, which is opposite to what they talked about in IAE. Alpha Strike is better and more interesting game. Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's still a lot to come, isn't there, in terms of combat and ordnance and stuff. We'll see what they do and how it goes. Yeah, I want to build in a forest, especially a redwood or a jungle forest. For me, I'll have the township that we'll build together, and there will be likely multiple people all the time building. Sure thing, Deacon. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. We'll catch you soon. All these things going on and being built, and I'll also have FOBs, mining outposts in various areas, depending on where we are and what we're doing there. I'll have my own little private farm on Terra. I'll have a little off-grid shack in a forest without any power, maybe, and hiding. Yo, Buckminster 07, thank you for joining us. Welcome. I'll have all sorts of stuff. Nicote, welcome. I want it all. Sorry, what was your question, Nicote? I missed that. I also find seeing comments on YouTube is harder than seeing it on Twitch. I don't even see your comment. Where was it? Oh, there it is. Where can I find the full video? I'll link it to you, mate. Here you go. There you go. I assume only small ships can be saved at the base. No. No, you'll essentially you can store any ship you want, but you'll have to build either a landing pad big enough to do so or a hangar to do so. But yeah, the buildings we will be able to build are going to be big or small depending on just what you want. Yo, Gollum, how you doing? Do you think there will be different architecture styles and bases? Yes. So for 1.0, or well, not 1.0, but when we first see base building rolling out, there will be, most likely, as they've stated, the one architectural sort of style set being the high-tech set. And there will be various buildings of that style, in that style, for various things like industry or homesteads and things. And then from there, they will either expand on that style with more building types to support gameplay as it comes out, because what we have now is only a snippet of gameplay in terms of like mechanics and professions, and they will of course support those professions as well. But also they may I don't know if it's just going to be an either or. Eventually they'll have new architectural styles that can be found throughout the verse based on the lore of where that architecture comes from. They have to start somewhere, so they're starting with this high tech, and then from there it'll just increasing and increase. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of various stuff. Byron Hall, how you doing? At this time, it's a bit iffy because there's some really big bugs that they haven't fixed yet because they wanted to get some networking data first. But today, there is a new 4.0 build coming, all being well, with the intention of opening it up to further waves, so potentially wave 3 minimum. They also have more networking and interaction delay updates today, and the goal is to test hangar spawning on all shards. So you won't be spawning in your hub and having to take the elevator and the trams. You'll be spawning directly into your hangar. And yeah, if all goes well with that, then that might be how it goes for the foreseeable until other things come along, like the transit refactor and player hubs. John Battle, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, thank you, Fury. Will we also be able to start our own business? Yes. So you will be able to have any business that you could think of. A trader, a miner, a ship builder, seller. Anything you can. At the end of the day, they're providing us with the systems, the tech, and it's up to us to decide how we use it. You can hyper focus on one area of, I just sell gems that I've mined from caves. If people come in, they can buy them, or I make the best ships. I craft the best ships. I have a ship showroom. You can buy them. You can put orders in. That kind of thing. And also, people will be able to browse your stuff from other places. They don't have to directly go to your shop to see what you have for sale. When you have an inventory of things to sell, you can, if you wanted to, put them on display, and you can, rotate displays depending on what you want to sell or what you've just built, or you can just stick it all into storage, into your hangar or elevator or whatever, your inventory, and then mark up what you want to be put onto your shopping kiosk, and then people can come to your shop. They can see the kiosk and see what you have in your inventory, regardless of whether you've got physical items in there to buy or not, and they'll be clamped. People can't steal them. They'll be clamped. But people can use their mobiGlass. They could be in Nix, and you could be in Stanton, and you're selling something, and they find it on the website, on your trade terminal. They can buy that, and then request that to be transported to them, which will then trigger a mission for either yourself to deliver or for other players to do it. So I think it's more a case of just thinking more in terms of like real world applications. but sometimes they may fall short because of gameplay implications, which will then have to be sort of gamified. Citizen Scott, how you doing? I don't know how many are in Wave 3. I don't know. No, so it goes Evocati, Wave 1, Wave 2, Wave 3, Wave 4, and then technically 5, I believe, is open. Sometimes they just skip certain waves. And that's dependent on the state of the patch. And, you know, they can go from Wave 1 to open and then live. Very rarely will they bypass open. I don't think they've ever bypassed open. They'll always go to open. But I think in these sort of circumstances, with it being a really big deal of 4.0 and server meshing, they'll likely use all the waves just to kind of make sure. So hangar spawning is only at your primary residence. Yes, that's... I kind of assumed that would be the case. So just to clarify, when you log in to the game for the first time, you choose where your main residence is. That is where all of your inventory is sent. And that is where you can access it. If you fly away to anywhere else, and even if you set your spawn at another location, or even another, you know, landing zone, your inventory is still at that place. And you have to transport it across. When it comes to logging in your hangar, it is going to be your primary residence. You're not going to be able to go and set up a new spawn at a new location. It's going to be your primary. And they're aiming for all waves by the end of this week, by the end of this weekend. Thank you. So Wacker's just said they're aiming for all waves by this weekend. That kind of fits in with my speculation of all waves by the end of the week, with a potential live candidate for the weekend, and then come next week, if all goes well, release the live. That's what I'm expecting, but we'll see. Nemesis, how you doing? Will there be licenses needed to sell weapons or ship weapons? No, I don't believe so. No. They may do something down the line, but I doubt it. Potentially, but yeah, you know, to start with, especially not while they test the systems out. Yo, Buck, your YouTube comments can be extremely critical of the game. I'll be better about self-editing in the future. I'm just a bit impatient. Probably not the best game for that, but I'm excited about the potential. Yeah, absolutely, Buck. Absolutely. And I don't think you're alone, mate. I mean, obviously, you know, showing some decorum or whatever is important. But at the same time, it's understandable. We're all very passionate, aren't we? Etsy Citizen. We're all very passionate about this game, and we want it to succeed. And I hope it can. I'm certain it can. I've never been doubtful of that it can. It's just always been a question of how long. Cowboy, how you doing? Welcome. The Jeff Bezos of Star Citizen. Do you know, I'm not actually bothered about making money. I honestly... For me, it's about enjoying the game. As you can see in my Zero to Hero, my off-grid stuff, I'm not chasing the min-max gameplay. I am wanting the experience. And when it comes to, like I say, making a township for SMB, I'm not looking at that to make money from it. I'm looking at it, as long as it's paying for itself, it'll be there, right? And players can maintain it. Players can buy in, like, set up shops. They can build houses there. They can live there. They can... You don't have to go anywhere. Just live at this township. Do we really need to build a base if we have land? No, absolutely, Tech. It's up to you. You own the land. It's yours to do with it as you please. If you don't want to build anything, you don't have to. You could just pitch a tent there and live out, you know, your day. Or live in a ship, of course. By the way, tip for you all, if there's a referral bonus of a $30 bike right now with LTI, so perfect time to make an alt account. Yeah, true. Do you know, I literally just bought the flipping Mirai Pulse so that I could test it in 4.0 with the Intrepid for my off-grid plans. Typical. Master Heath, how you doing? I'm Wave 1, but I haven't tried 4.0 yet because I don't have much SSD space. No, fair enough. Yeah, when we had... live 2 PTUs and a tech preview test, that was like 500 plus gig. Crazy. Such open development makes it hard to wait. It does. It really does. It is a double-edged sword. Oh, wow. Okay, so Spectrum post from Wacker saying they're planning for waves 3 and 4 tonight. Like I say, they don't have to go through the patch waves one at a time. If they feel like they can push it, they will do. I'm surprised. Part of me was like, they may skip just to kind of get it out quick, but with it being, server meshing, more likely they would want to run it through the waves just to make sure. But yeah, there you go. Decorum's your middle name. Your middle name is Mac? No, really? Nice. You're welcome. Welcome to join, my friend. CNC, how you doing? I'm not overly excited for the Guardian. I'm interested, like with any ship. Or no, that's not true, because certain ships I'm super excited about. But yeah, anything combat I'm not overly fussed about right now. I'm more interested in industrial. But yeah, the Guardian is looking like a cool ship. Are you going to get one? You're not seeing a live candidate any soon. I am. I think it's important not to look at what we have now and assume that it dictates the rest of the patches. Like I say, we can have an absolute dog-ass of a patch, and then the next patch fixes the majority of those issues and it's ready to go. With the amount of time and effort and resources they're putting into this, they're clearly aiming for live by the end of the year. Noob question here, but I have been told it's not allowed to make alt accounts. What do you mean? Yeah, whoever said that is lying out of their ass. I have 5 accounts. Well, 4 accounts. One of them is an org bank, which will just become a separate account because the org bank won't matter. We'll have our, in-game. Make an alt account if you want to. Badman07, welcome. Yeah, I can imagine, Heath. 1S, 1 terabyte. You're balancing a lot of stuff there, absolutely. I'm excited to see these new biomes come along. And these biomes that we've seen, the swamp, the forests, they will be applicable to Stanton and Pyro, I suspect. They're not just like building them for a whole new system. I think what they'll do is distribute all the new biomes that they do make into the appropriate planets. Whether or not, the planets and moons planets in Pyro and Stanton will get like jungles is determined by the rule set of the planet and whether or not it makes sense for that place to have that. I do love the Galaxy, but I've actually CCU'd mine to a Reclaimer because it ain't coming anytime soon. I think the Perseus is first and then the Galaxy. Cool ship though, really like it. You can imagine multiple accounts that match multiple personalities. Yeah, true. You saying I've got split personalities? Was gonna head to rehab, but back home now. Sent me a DM. Thank you, Rickan. I think I might have closed Discord so it doesn't like ping while I'm live, but I'll check it out later, mate. Are you well? Mackie, how you doing? CIG should just leave 4.0 in the PT for everyone over Christmas. I'm scared of it being live. I understand that apprehension. I really do. And there's part of me that's like, that would be nice. But in my opinion, I think get it out. See the problems once it reaches live. Because those problems can't be seen sometimes until it goes live with that number of players. And then have as much time as possible to get it as optimized as possible before the holiday break. And again, when the holiday break comes, it's not that they never touch it. They're on a skeleton crew. There'll be people around to fix things, but obviously not like we're seeing now. But no, I think push. Try and get it out to live. Not just for the sake. I mean, obviously it's a balancing game because you've got the morale of it's gone live, but then the hit of it's buggy and it's problematic. I'm confident that they can make it work. I really am, but we'll see. Pipes, how you doing? An aggro criminal account. Good mood, friendly explorer account. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to experience life as a pirate, you don't want to be using your main account because the reputation hits and so forth will be detrimental in what you have available and what you can do. Shield, welcome. Hoping 4.0 is a change in the right... It certainly looks like it. It's a step towards making the game possible. What we have without server meshing is not Star Citizen. It can't be Star Citizen for what they want, Yeah, rip the Band-Aid off. Get it live this year. You know, let's go in. Lucky Lizard, how you doing? Welcome. What do you think mapping and when do I think map tables will come? I don't know. I can't think what might be holding it up other than just the UI to allow it to work. We've seen it in Squadron, so they obviously have some form of working prototype of it. I think the signatures, radar, and scanner system needs to be updated. We need to get that new updated system, which they are working on heavily, if not finished almost. But we need that firstly to be able to see people on a radar properly. They have added players to the radar now, you know, friendly party members to the radar, which is good. But yeah, I don't know what else might be required. Of course, it'll need to work with server meshing, but that can probably be done with the social refactor. But I don't know. I really don't know. Good question. Mr. Mac, how you doing? Chowchi, welcome. Yeah, it's 500. So the current configuration for 4.0 is 4 servers in Stanton, 6 servers in Pyro, and 500 players on the overall mesh. Which is just their current. There's probably going to be other updates as well. Will you be able to design and build your own? No, you'll be following blueprints of already designed ships. The thing with the ships in Star Citizen is they are detailed, they are realistic, and they have to follow explicit rule sets in order for them to work. If we were able to just bolt things onto it, like you see in something like Starfield, with realistic atmospheric flight, space flight, you know, somewhat Newtonian physics as well, it would be a mess. It wouldn't work. Yo, Ryan Wright, how you doing? The 3rd tier insurance that includes coverage for the ship and decorations. Does that include firearms? I don't think so. I think that'll be a separate insurance. You'll have item insurance. But again, don't worry about all this talk of insurance and so forth. It's not going to be like sitting down and doing your paperwork and listing everything. It's going to be a, do you want to insure this item? Yes. Simple as. You just pay a little fee or whatever and then it's done. But they will likely have insurance for all different things. It might be like a contents insurance with your ship, rather than having to do it individually or itemized. But at this time, we don't really know much more about it. I need a wee, actually. Let me just have a piddle, and then I'll be back. little good night cuddle. Anyway, where were we? Has the music finished? Am I still live? Have we gone round? No, it's still playing. The end of the track is just blank. How strange. Was that what we were just listening to? Okay, there we go. Anyway, welcome. Since when did Star Citizen have a little fee? What do you mean? What fee is that? Time to take over the channel. I really don't get why sometimes CIG just always offer referral bonuses with a ship. Why they don't just... Well, why should they? You know, at the end of the day, they don't have to. The fact that they offer anything is nice. You're going to make some off-the-grid videos. Yes, I am, Ryan. Yeah, apologies that I haven't done any in a while. It's mostly down to the way the game plays at the moment. Bed logging is problematic, which is one of the big killers. Because if you have to keep respawning at a city, because your bed logging doesn't work, it kind of defeats the point of living off grid, doesn't it? Because you're just spawning back in at a city every time, which is really annoying. And when they took away the ability to see if a ship is fair salvage or not, that kind of stopped me from being able to explore them, because I would be trespassing all the time and I didn't realize if I was or not. So there needs to be that sort of fix as well. But my plan for 4.0 is to take the Intrepid, take a Pulse, and live off grid in Pyro. But when I come to live away, you know, I'm not going to live like I do now, where, you know, like Astor's clearing. In Pyro, I'm going to be living out in the middle of nowhere. And then when I go to a location to explore or to raid or to loot or for a mission, I will park my ship outside of what I hope to be the radar range of the ship and then drive in using my Pulse, because ground vehicles have very small detection ranges, and then use that as a way with a backpack to loot and go back again, you know, but explore and see if I can find some derelicts and so forth, and just live off that way. And then once I've gathered enough things in my boxes in my Intrepid, I will probably jump back to Stanton and sell them all to players. You have a question. That might set fire to the chat. When Squadron releases and makes a ton of money, do you think that money will go into Star Citizen or Chapter 2, and we have to keep buying ships if we want to see Star Citizen? I don't think finances is anything to be concerned about, but I'm in the GMT time zone, Chris. But when it comes to Squadron, chances are it'll be reinvested into the next chapter, but also just into the whole project as a whole, but most likely into the next chapter. And buying ships will be a percentage of how Star Citizen continues to make its money. New backers will be the primary way that Star Citizen makes money, especially when they reveal something like Squadron. And then you've got all those other items you can buy, like weapons, armors, and all these other bits. So yeah, I don't think they have any concerns, considering how much they've made now, without a finished game, versus when they have a finished game and then they have a released MMO as well. You know, if this is where like they're earning at the moment, when things start releasing like Squadron and 4.0 and 1.0, it's just gonna insanely increase. The driver, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Sure thing, Ramoyne. Have a good one, mate. I'll send you that ship as soon as I finish, my friend. Congratulations. How do we get our kids to go to early? I don't. Rachel's my hero, my partner. Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, she does kind of wake up on a night time, sometimes a little bit. Like last night, she went to bed to go up at 5:15, asleep for about 6. Last night she woke up, I think it was about 5 in the morning. Rachel popped her head in and just said, "It's not quite time to wake up, just go back to sleep." And she goes, "Okay, mummy." Lays back down again, woke up again at 7:15, which is nice. It's nice when that happens. Much nicer than waking up for 4 hours because her turtle Teddy wants to pick stones and rocks. But, you know, ups and downs. Yeah. I'm hearing it. Can you hear it? You hear it in the background? System Shock. Do you know, from my understanding, that's a really good game, but I never played it, unfortunately. Yeah, they won the... in my latest video, I announced the winner of the Game Glass 12 months and the Intrepid Game Glass giveaway. We have more, though. I asked Craig at Game Glass, because he gave me that $300 to pick ships to give away. So I asked him to pick up another Intrepid starter pack. Oh, no, maybe not another one. We have one. A Hull A and a Titan package and a $50 gift card. We also have another 12-month Game Glass pass to give away. And then from Cloud Imperium, I've not been keeping up with these giveaways. I accidentally CCU'd one of their... so they... one of the giveaways was for an Argo, an Ursa, and something else and an Aurora game package in one thing. And when I was upgrading to an Intrepid, I was like, oh, I have an Ursa medical. I'll upgrade that. I didn't know I had that. Turns out that was actually the giveaway ship. So now that giveaway has an Ursa, an Argo, little tractor ship, and an Intrepid. I've just received the Luminalia giveaway, which is a cutter with lifetime insurance and Star Citizen. It's got the Icebreaker as well. It's the cutter... I think it's just the base one. I also have the IAE 2024 Intrepid to give away as well, with the Nocturne paint with lifetime insurance and game package. What else do I have? And I've just got to get into the habit of giving these away. And I want to do them on YouTube as well. On Twitch. But I want to make sure that I can balance that with YouTube giveaways at the same time, because I don't want to just be giving them away on one and not on the other. Back in September 16th, I got a M50 Pirate edition with Skull Crusher paint to give away with LTI, so I've got to give that away. Oh, what else is there? There's more. The Invictus giveaway, which had an MPUV tractor, an Aurora MR, and now an Intrepid, because I upgraded the Ursa, of course, with LTI game package. That's to give away. There might be something else. No, that might be it. So I've got a lot of things to give away, and I have not been keeping up with it. And they just keep sending things to give away, and I keep forgetting. So, yeah, we've got a lot to do. We'll figure out how to do a giveaway on YouTube so that we can do some on Twitch, some on YouTube simultaneously, so you guys can start winning more as well. Anyway, where were we? You want to do mining expeditions in the Arastra? Yeah, I don't know how long that's going to take, I'm afraid. Right, what's the next question? Can we deconstruct buildings, and how will this be done? So, yes, you can. So, the process of constructing them with drones is going to be the same for deconstructing them. You're going to be using drones. They will gather up the resources. They will take those resources, put them into storage, come back and gather up the rest. And you can just take them apart. But you won't be getting the exact amount of materials that it took to build them. You'll be losing some in that process. So, in most cases, I think it will be worth dismantling them, disassembling, so that you get some resources back. But in some cases, it might be worth just ditching it. And I think this will be very prevalent in mining outposts, especially in dangerous areas. If the risk of spending time dismantling a mining outpost or a settlement or whatever that you've been using for certain things is too high in terms of danger, then you'll just ditch it, and it'll start to age and degrade and just break down over the course of X amount of time. which is going to be cool because we are going to see these like ghost towns appearing. You don't get the pulse unless the person you refer buys the game. No, that's right, yeah. So in order to get the pulse, it's one thing getting someone to just create an account, but they have to actually buy the game for that to be accredited to both of your accounts. But that could be years down the line. They might be like, you know what, I'll finally buy the game. And then suddenly you'll get a Mirai. Cuzzy, how you doing? How do you do your giveaways? Like, that's what I'm planning to do with YouTube. Yeah, on Twitch, we have Deepbot to do the whole, you know, keyword raffle. But I don't want to start doing them on Twitch just yet until I've got a way to do it on YouTube so that people on YouTube are like, well, I can't enter, you know? So we'll do them separate. So there'll be something given away on Twitch, something given away on YouTube, and then, you know, whoever wins, wins, and I'll just send them that way. You won a jar of peanuts once. You had to guess how many peanuts were in the jar to win a cool prize. My guess was so outrageous, like 10,000, that I got the jar of peanuts as a consolation prize. Nice. I like peanuts, though. Really nice. Do I have 10,000 chips to give away? Not yet. If I keep not doing the giveaways, eventually I'll gather that many, though. And you could guess how many chips do I have to give away, and you can win something. That might be a good one. You will most likely lose the top mats of each building and ship and gear from deconstruction, according to the top mats. What's the top mats, Duck Force? So you create an alt account with your own referral code. Then you buy a starter pack on your alt account, and your primary account gets the pulse. You also get a pulse on your alt account as well. Sorry, your main account and your primary account. So your alt account and your primary account will, yeah, both get the pulse. Then you gift your you don't need to. You'll get both. Do we know when CIG will reissue the best in show skins? No, I don't know. Peanuts. I think you should make Sandman write down everything that types. Everyone that types raffle in YouTube. Yeah, that's a good idea. As if the guy hasn't got enough to do. Are you ready? Right, go. But yeah, there's a few ways to do it on YouTube, and I just have to have the time and the mind space to set that up. Yo, Summer Yeti, how you doing? You won a 100i once, first place in a streamer's race when Snake Pit first came out. Nice. Oh, most expensive rare materials. Yeah, most likely. That's a good call. I see. Yeah, some rare materials will be gone, but your base materials like iron, concrete, or whatever. You won a Gladius as well once. Nice, Gladius is a right beast. Yo, Mild, welcome. Will base buildings be destructible in base raids? Yes. So, what we will likely see anyway with the Maelstrom physical damage system is it's applied to buildings. We already know it is, so what will happen is... Well, I presume what will happen is if you do sustain damage to your base, for whatever reason, it could be your own negligence of blowing up something by accident, or it could be that you didn't have your shielding on and you know, you took a hit. I suspect it'll be a case of gathering the raw materials to fix that area and then setting a drone about doing it. So calling back your building ship or your surveyor tool, whatever has a drone for base building, will then go and likely repair that area. So yeah, maintenance will be a thing, and it could be environmental damage. It doesn't have to be physical damage from, you know, aggressors. But like I say, you might be flying along and accidentally slam into the side of it. You might drop a box on it. Who knows? You might be mining and it goes boom. I do know there are some multi-platform raffle apps. Seen a few streamers single raffle take entries from both Twitch and... Oh, okay. Yeah, that might work. That might be a better way of doing it. I'm talking about if you don't intend to use your... Oh, I see. I see what you say. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I know, Hawk. I know, mate. Goal is always by the weekend. It'll be... like I say, generally, they go on holiday around the 20th, right? So, That's next Friday. So if they manage to get to all waves by the end, by Friday this week, they will, I assume, have a live candidate for testing over the weekend, and then by Monday, Tuesday, they will likely open it to live, so that they then have 4 to 5 days or a week of setting it, like finding the issues and fixing those issues. That is my estimation with what will happen. Yo, Cal, how you doing? What about my Monster Tech setup, mate? I have got it all set up now. I am still awaiting the central thing that Crucian is sending out so that I can mount this to one side, and then, if it's not too big, this Amazon Fire to the other side, so that I will use that for Game Glass. But yeah, aside from that, everything else is mounted, and it is beautiful. 21st of December, frag out, send it to live, yep. 2 years, 2 weeks by the weekend. It's narrowing down. Only thing I've won is a tank. That's like... Oh, the tank. I mean, the only thing you've won is a $100, $120 tank. That's quite a cool raffle, though. Raffle Palooza. Give everything away at once. Well, it's nice to spread it out a bit, but it's yeah, likely going into the new year. That'll be nice. It's a good idea. Hunter, how you doing? Always more referral bonuses right around the corner. Yeah, there's always more coming. Xavier, welcome. I just think that manufacturing and refining should be first, then base building. It probably will. So crafting and refining, we will likely see its first form come via ships. I mean, crafting we already have anyway with the Vulture. It just needs to expand and increase. But there is the refining ship that we will probably see come along. Was that on the silhouettes? I can't remember. And then when it comes to crafting, there will likely be I mean, we could see fabricating ships. Oh, sure we will. But I assume the ship version of it may come first, versus tying it into base building. After a year, CIG finally issued your 2953 Corsair Best in Show paint and poster yesterday. Help Desk finally realized there was an issue. Blimey, that took a while. I have participated in all the giveaways I could from streamers and CIG in the past 10 years. Only won an armor set. Sparky, welcome. What gameplay loops are you most interested in long term? Base building, definitely. Salvaging. Exploration. Bounty hunting with a group, medical stuff, engineering, that's another one, which thankfully is coming relatively soonish. Oh man, there's probably a few that I'm not thinking about. Farming, absolutely farming as well. That's going to be one that I really look forward to taking part in. I've always dreamed of having a farmstead on Terra, on the outskirts of the city, with crops, maybe animals, maybe not animals, I don't know, because I can't guarantee I'll be around all the time to maintain them, but we'll see. Although I'm sure there'll be ways to do it without having to be there all the time, but at the same time, not to that extreme, maybe. That's why I think base building will be first. It could be. I mean, it could be in the sense, but at the same time, most things have, well, all things have come ship-based first. Obviously, because we haven't got base building yet. So I'm assuming it'll likely roll out the same because that's how they set these functions up. But I don't know. I think refining will certainly become ship first. Crafting, we kind of already have, but will it expand much with ships versus getting it on the ground? I don't know. Michael West, can we get an off-grid video for the 4.0 update? What do you mean by an off-grid video? Do you mean, so when 4.0 goes live, what I'll likely do is, like, at the moment, I am testing the off-grid capabilities of 4.0, even in the, you know, the EPTU Wave 1, which is, or Wave 2, well, I've been doing it for a while now, which is pretty difficult because there's certain things I haven't tested yet, like properly logging out and back in, because by the time I come back to play again, it's a new build. But I am working on plans for when 4.0 goes live, after maybe a bit of teething issues, to get on with actually doing the off-grid stuff. I have a lot of plans for it in 4.0, and I'm hoping I can do quite a long duration series as well for the foreseeable, which would be really exciting. Zania, welcome. There is no dates for 1.0. It is most likely 3 to 4 years away, but we just don't know. So you're a busy person with a life, like most people who intend to enjoy a PvP aspect. Will be our voice. What do you mean? I will be doing both PvP, PvE, it's whatever happens at the time, wherever I'm going, and you know, who I bump into. It'll vary depending on many factors. But I don't specifically intend to do one or the other. It'll be all of it. But yeah, if I'm building in high-sec locations, I don't expect to see much in terms of PvP. But then if I'm going through to Pyro to set up a mining outpost, then it'll certainly be more likely, you know. Drones that build should repair. Crucible should also be the first that Ironclad is... Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's the intention, is the drones do the repair jobs as well. And we have repairing to some degree, so it'll be nice to sort of, you know, get drones out the door, because it touches on many areas, or it impacts many gameplay scenarios, doesn't it? Is this as good as it's going to get for 2024? What do you mean? Is what as good as it's going to get? Life. Yeah, thank you, Michael. I don't... It sounds like an oxymoron. I don't not put out off-grid stuff because I don't want to. It's because the game is just not really in the place to allow it, right? There's too many things that are missing for that to be consistent enough for me to actually do a day-in, day-out off-grid series. But we're getting there with certain things. Hopefully 4.0 can really push us forwards to that one. Yeah, I've seen Highlander. Is that the one where they'll never take our freedom? Or am I thinking of something else? That's Braveheart, isn't it? I'm sure I've seen Highlander as a kid, but I can't remember much of it. So the network changes yesterday were working very well, and there's more today that should help. That was the latest from Wacker. Thank you, Wonko. Wonko is providing us with Wacker's latest wonderful thoughts. It's getting confusing. We do need to change fuses and build them. What's this for? Fuses, talking of the latest builds, it sounds like the majority of the mission types in 4.0, like the handyman missions, delivery, hauling, many of them are now properly hooked into the mission system since they refactored it, so they should be working more consistently. So there's going to be a lot to do in Pyro, even without the charge and drain tech and engineering. Home in time for the end of the stream. You got about 10 minutes, Rhino. As in you've just come home now? That's Maya level movie cringe. What is Highlander? Yeah, the game itself is pretty off-grid. It's hard not to be. Tangent, you don't need to apologize for arriving late, my friend. You arrive exactly when you mean to. Do we know if logging into hangars is still working? And is yes. Read the pinned message of the day. In fact, let me save you a job. Right at the bottom, it says... the goal for today's test is to test hangar spawning on all shards. So, to me, it sounds like their intention is to allow for hangar spawning to be the way it works now going forward. I wouldn't be surprised if we get the choice. Do you want to spawn in a hub or in a hangar? And then you choose. But it may be that it's if it works much better in terms of performance to just send you straight to the hangar, then they will probably do that. I assume it's a performance thing when it comes to spawning, because you're spawning into your own instance rather than into this physicalized block of apartments where many others are. I think that's the problem, is you're all spawning in relatively at the same time in a small area of space, in location, and it just takes a big hit. So I think their intention is to do with the instancing where it's more structured. It could just be more of a quality of life thing, but I feel like it's more of a technical. This is going to be improving as well as a quality of life. The Crucible should get manufacturing some more of it. Yeah, I wonder if it will. It's hard to say because the Crucible is a repair ship, not necessarily a ship fabrication ship. I'm pretty sure we will see fabricators, but then at the same time, they need to ensure that if that is the case, that the fabricating ships, or the ship fabricating ships, are not going to be able to repair, if that makes sense. I don't know if that functionality should be split, or if they should just make the Crucible both a crafting and a ship repair ship. It's a good point, really. They may address that when they start working on it. Jedi Gonji, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, that's exciting news, isn't it? They'll never take our freedom, and there can only be one. I'll have to watch. Maybe I haven't seen Highlander. I've obviously heard of it, but, So hangar spawning, Cal, is essentially when you log into the game for the first time. Not the first time, you log in, be that for the first time or on a day-to-day basis. Instead of spawning in your hub, having to get out of bed, go to the door, go down the elevator, go to the transit system and get the train to the spaceport to get into your hangar, you're going to immediately spawn in your hangar. And you will then obviously get access to all of your gear, because it's your personal hangar. It's only your personal hangar. You won't be able to spawn in any hangar. It'll just be your own personal hangar at your main landing location. And then you can just take off. Beautiful. No, just chatting, Dirtbag. Yeah, it's with the way that 4.0 is today, I'm not going to bother. Imagine being able to quickly jump into the PU and play with friends, like right into their ship. Well, that's technically, that is the plan, but there's a lot of things to work out first. Is the owner of the ship online at the time? If not, they might have called the ship. Do you have permissions to log into that person's ship? So I think the idea being, let's say you're in a crew of 4, 2 of you log off, leaving 2 of you on board. If that person was to log back in again, that ship will still be there. If you all log off, that ship is gone, and only the owner really has the permission to log back into their ship. But when it comes to granting permissions to other players, be that physical permissions to use the ship or legal permissions to use the ship, that's where we're going to see the ability to log back into the same ship, even if you are a group traveling off. Because exploration needs it, right? If you're off on the fringes and you've been spending days out there exploring the space, and you log out, you want to log back into the same spot. And if you are a crew member on a ship, you will have to either wait until the captain comes back, or if they've given you permission, log back in and look after the ship while you're there. But then obviously there's, risks. So yeah, there's a lot more to work out there than just allowing you to spawn back in. Physically, they can do that. I'm sure with persistence it'll work somewhat fine in terms of the tech, but there's more to it than just allowing it, right? Stevie IMD, how about giving you a hab attached? I think eventually when we get to expanding our hangars with other rooms like armories, habitation, and so forth, they may allow that kind of thing as well. But on top of that, there will be potentials of having an actual hub in a landing zone or an apartment and so forth. We'll see what they do. I don't know if they'll make it that way, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they take it. At this time, though, it's a big quality of life improvement that we all need. Oh, is it Sean Connery? As the world's Scottishest Spaniard. I don't know, it's Sean Connery. Yeah, there's a lot of work needed for the permission system, and we'll probably see that stuff happen as they start rolling out the org stuff. I think that's where it's going to start with, is the orgs giving permission for crew members on board your ship, like a hierarchy, allowing them to go to certain areas of your ship or access to through certain doors, but not all of them. They'll need the engineering system for that first to allow those systems, or door systems, to work properly. Dutchman, thank you for the follow. Large org ship stations with permissions and new login, log-out rules would be game changer. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the intention of where they want to go to, Sparky. Absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of tech and systems to slot in first. Most likely starting with the social refactor, which handles all the social aspects of the game. So it's on the plans, but it's, you know, at what point will we start seeing that roll out? Just cutting down the initial 45 minutes it takes. Yeah, just the 45 minutes it takes anyone spawning in your bed to get to your hangar. Let alone groups of people. But no, I joke, of course. Yeah, thank you, Xavier. It is time for me now to finish. I'll be back on Friday. 6 p.m. again, GMT time. Hagbard, welcome, ahoy. Connery is always the sidekick, so Christopher Lambert is the world's Frenchiest Scotchman. Okay, that goes to show how little I know about Highlander. I'm sorry, Monster. I'm sorry, I've got to go. Sagan, welcome. Juan Sanchez Villalopez Ramirez is an Egyptian in Highlander. Again, I need to watch this. Now I'm super intrigued by all these strange melds of people from different walks of life. Yeah, exciting news today. I am without a doubt that they're trying to push 4.0 out this year. There is no doubts in my mind that that's their aim. The big question is, can it be done? And if so, in kind of what state? This is the bad one to go with. In what state is it going to be in? Will it be good? Will it be problematic? All the tests they're doing, the patch has been getting more and more solid. And they're still running analytics on the background as well. So performance is always going to look worse because they've got things taking resources away, right? Oh. So, message of the day, one more time. We are currently cooking a new 4.0 build to release to the EPTU later today with the intention of opening up to further waves. We have more networking and interaction delay updates today, and the goal is to test hangar spawning on all shards. And also, we have heard their plan today is wave 3 and 4. So, whether they go, let's go to 3, see how that goes, and then go to 4, or if they're just like, we're just going to skip 3, go to 4. They also intend to release it to the open PTU, so everybody, if you choose to, it's a voluntary choice, to open PTU by the end of the week. They say the networking updates from the previous build, which is, you know, what they were gathering in this current build, have worked really well, and there's more coming tonight. So, I agree. Pushing it to live in a broken state is not a good choice, and I think CIG agree. So, from what I can see, I think their intention is to just optimize, bug fix, and improve not just the build, you know, with the features in game, like the points of interest need optimizing, the planets might need optimizing, the missions need to work, but also the core tech, the server meshing tech, getting that working to the best of its capabilities with its initial release to live is important. But remember, when things go live, it's another wave. You've got all these other waves where it can reveal problems. The most significant change will probably be going from open to live, because that's a massive amount more players. Well, I haven't played this latest build. I don't think this latest build, Brian, of 4.0 is playable. I think it's pretty problematic with the two known issues that they outlined. But the previous builds that I have played have been very playable. Absolutely playable. What's When what? G thanks. Live. My expectation, as I say, is end of week open PTU, and then live by Monday, Tuesday, fixing whatever issues can come from that throughout the week until the 20th, 21st, and then they'll break for the holidays. But yeah, they're clearly trying. Performance is also going to look better because servers aren't as old as people, and people don't play as long or do the same thing on the PTU, so hard to say if... Well, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. You think next year, do you, G? It might be. Certainly might be. We don't know. All I can go on is what they're doing and what I assume their intentions are, and it looks like live. They may be just trying to keep it in open PTU for the end of the year, and they're going to spend the rest of the time polishing that, but I think they're going to release it. I think they know it's super important to get it out this year because people don't like to hear it going out, later on, but we'll see. Oh, hang on, I'm stuck. Right, I will see you all on Friday. Still working on this base building patch. Not patch. Base building video. That'll take a little while because it's a long one. And yeah, fingers crossed. Do I watch replays all day? ECG. What do you mean? What, just in my free time? Or do you mean on stream? Well, no. No, not all day. It depends on the state of the build, what I want to do, what you guys want to do. So, yeah, it varies. A few more backpack and armor updates coming today as well. Sorry, no more backpack nesting like before. Oh, okay. Anyway, let me find someone to pass the stream on to. Thank you all so much for joining me today. It is an absolute pleasure hanging out with you all, chatting, streaming, talking about Star Citizen. We've got Detox, who is live right now. Let's pass it on to Mr. Detox. He's not live. Piss Poor Pete isn't live, though. I've just looked. It is Wednesday, though, you're right. But yeah, he's not live, I'm afraid. Unless I'm missing something. You just tuned in at the wrong time. No, I do like to play, but I've been playing every 4.0 build while I've been, that has been available when I've been live. But today's build is specifically bad not on purpose, but known bad, so I don't even want to try. So, Raid Detox. How dare he not be live? Where is he? Yo, yeah, thank you, Victoria. Same to you, my friend. Yeah, I'll try over the weekend. What we don't know, Friday I'll probably put out a video covering the latest patches, because there will be a patch tonight. There's probably going to be a patch tomorrow. Oh, I hope it is super, super smooth. I really do. I hope they have done everything we want them to make 4.0 as solid and stable as possible, because playing even just the PTU build, the 4.0 build that we have now on the ePTU, my mind is blown. It already is. It is going to be so much fun. So, and then, going into 2025, if they do get it out this year, if not, it's going to be early 2025 anyway, but going into 2025 with the foundation only requiring the leftovers of whatever's needed for dynamic meshing, we are in a great place for the future. Right, this is my end screen. Have a great evening. Enjoy Detox in any way you can. And I'll see you all in a couple of days. Bye-bye.